is the Fox News Rundown. Now a look at sports.
In the NFL, the Chiefs suffer their first loss of the season, falling to the Bills 30-21. Quarterback Josh Allen putting the game away with a scrambling touchdown late. The Steelers stopped Lamar Jackson on a 2-point conversion late and got 6 Chris Boswell field goals to beat the rival Ravens 18-16 to take control of the AFC North race. In the NBA, the Cavs still haven't lost. They beat the Hornets 128-114 to get to 15-0, tied for the second best start in NBA history. And Oregon remains number 1 in college football's AP Top 25 poll, followed by Ohio State, Texas, Penn State, and Indiana, 4 Big Ten schools. That's your sports on the Fox News Rundown. Tim McMaster, Fox News.
Now an update from Outkick's Hot Mic.
I have a hard time seeing right now how Jerry Jones is going to be a part of their next Super Bowl. They're going to have a new head coach next year. They're going to have to go find a new quarterback. Dak Prescott is not the answer. This is a complete rebuild from the ground up. They've got some good players. It's not like we thought they were going to be a bad team coming into this year. The roster is okay. What they need more than anything is a complete different navigation system. And that starts with Jerry Jones. And Jerry Jones ain't selling this team. This team will only be in new ownership when Jerry Jones passes away at some point. So I wanted to see Jerry have success one more time as the owner of the Cowboys before that day comes. And now I watch them this season. I think, I don't know that that's going to happen now that you're completely starting things over from scratch. And how long is that going to take to build it back up? I don't know. I'm Chad Withrow with Hot Mike with Hutton and Withrow on the Fox News Rundown.
This is a Bloomberg Money Minute. Sources say Warner Brothers Discovery has settled its lawsuit against the NBA that alleged a breach of contract after it lost its decades-old broadcast rights to games. As part of the settlement, Warner Brothers will retain international NBA rights in some regions and can use NBA content for new shows. The NBA entered into the agreements in the summer with Walt Disney, Comcast, and Amazon, ending a contract that for decades allowed Turner Broadcasting, owned by Warner Brothers, to air games, and it's inside the NBA studio show. Fabric and crafts retailer Joann trying to shake loose some cash from business partners. It's asking vendors for rebates and discounts, saying it paid more than it should have for items in the year before it filed for bankruptcy, just exited bankruptcy in the spring. And McDonald's trying to lure customers back into restaurants following that E. coli outbreak. CNN says company execs are spending $100 million on marketing and to help franchises hardest hit. Denise Pellegrini, Bloomberg Radio.
This holiday season, spread some cheer by stopping by Cozy Jewelers for their Black Friday toy drive. From November 23rd through the 30th, save 20% off select in-stock items at Cozy Jewelers when you bring in a new unwrapped toy. Paul Cozy will help you pick out the perfect gift that will make this the most magical holiday ever. Step up to the 5th C. That's color, cut, clarity, carat, and cozy. Visit Cozy Jewelers in Newtown Square for their Black Friday toy drive, November 23rd through the 30th, or CozyJewelers.com.
At PGW, safety is essential to delivering clean, reliable natural gas to Philadelphia homes and businesses. If you smell gas, call PGW at 215-235-1212. Is thinning hair or a receding hairline making you self-conscious? Try Hair Grow from New Nordic. Stop feeling embarrassed about your thinning hair and start feeling your best with Hair Grow.
Texting enrolls you in a recurring automated marketing text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
Nice run. It's great being back out on the mountain. You sort of disappeared for a while. Everything okay?
Between you and me, it was lower testosterone.
Lower T?
Yeah. The doc told me once you hit 40, your body has less free testosterone, and that can make it harder to stay in shape. That's why I started taking Nugenix Total T. It's made a huge difference.
Oh, I've seen that on TV. Is it for real?
For sure. It's the #1 doctor-recommended testosterone booster. It boosts free and total testosterone levels to help you get back the drive and energy from your youth. My wife, my boss, my kids, everyone has noticed the change in me.
Do they still give out complimentary bottles for people to try for themselves?
Yes, just send them a text.
Guys, text HATCH to 321-321 right now for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T. Nugenix is the #1 selling testosterone brand at GNC and Walmart. Plus, text now and we'll include a bottle of Nugenix Thermo, our most powerful fat incinerator ever, to help you get back in shape fast, absolutely free. Text HATCH to 321-321. That's HATCH to 321-321.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Last year, over 3 million people called Morgan & Morgan in their time of need. And with over 1 million of those calls coming from previous clients, friends, and family.
My name is Jason Williams. It was a rainy day, and I'd gotten hit from behind by a lady that was doing somewhere over 100 miles an hour is what they were saying. I've never dealt with anything like this before. Everybody that I talked to kept saying the same name, which was Morgan & Morgan. I was on hold for maybe 15 seconds when they come back and said, Jason, we will absolutely take your case. As a non-tech savvy guy, any question that I had, if I called, text, or email, they got right back to me. They made it as easy for me as it could have been.
Thank you for trusting us. We've become the largest injury firm in the world because we've won a lot. The word is out. Size matters. Reputation matters. We're America's largest injury law firm for a reason. With over 900 dedicated attorneys and climbing, we're ready wherever you are, whatever you need. The choice is easy. Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you. Morgan & Morgan, official partner of the Philadelphia 76ers.
This is the story of the one who, as a maintenance specialist for a historic high-rise, knows that vintage charm historically needs constant attention. Which is why when it's time to upgrade turn-of-the-century mechanicals, they turn to Grainger. With easy access to 1 million+ products and the scale to deliver when and where you need them. The right tools and supplies are never far away. So the one can keep that vintage building running like new. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hey guys, Donald Trump Jr. here with urgent news. The world's central banks are making unprecedented moves, and it's time to pay attention. In 2022 and 2023, they bought more gold than ever before. And now in 2024, the trend is accelerating. Why? Because central banks have lost faith in the dollar. And in these uncertain times, gold is the ultimate safe haven. If you too are worried about the dollar, I urge you to take similar action by diversifying your IRA or 401k into gold with my trusted friends at Birch Gold Group. To see how it works, get your free info kit on gold IRAs by texting the word HEDGE to 989898. Birch Gold is the only gold company I trust. They provide an easy process to roll over your 401k or IRA into gold without losing your tax advantage status. So text HEDGE to 989898. That's HEDGE to the number 989898 to get your free info kit on gold IRAs from Birch Gold.
Message and data rates may apply.
Get ready because Black Friday is on at Gerhardt's Appliances, and it's bigger than ever. We're pulling out all of the stops with this Samsung 4-piece stainless steel package for just $9.99. That's right, $9.99 after rebate. Looking to upgrade your refrigerator to counter depth and have air fry in your range? Well, we got you with this LG 4-piece package for only $19.99 after rebate. Only at Gerhardt's Appliances, the heart of the kitchen for over 80 years.
Call 811 if you have some groundwork to do. Utilities are under you, and it's all good until they spew. Oops, now all on your lawn. It smells like a porta-john. Should've just called 811. It's a real human stinky bomb.
Call 811 before you dig and help us hit 50 and 5. 50% less damage to buried utilities in 5 years. For more info, visit pa1call.org.
This is Len Lundy of Lundy Law. When we say we hope you are never involved in an accident, we mean it. But if you're injured in an accident, we will work quickly to get you the maximum compensation you deserve. And when we also say it won't cost you a dime up front, we mean it. Remember our name, Lundy Law. Your injury lawyers. Call 1-800-LUNDY-LAW or visit lundylaw.com.
Attention! Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-580-7766. 800-580-7766. That's 800-580-7766.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Live and local from Philadelphia. Free speech lives here. It's It's Kayal and Company on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
And away we go, live on this Monday, November 18th. It is indeed Kayal and Company right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. We are always live on the free Odyssey app and, of course, streaming live for your video viewing pleasure on YouTube as we head until 10 o'clock this morning. 855-839-1210, the phone number. On social media at 1210 WPHT. I am at Nick Kayal, Kayal. Dawn Stenzel in with the news. Greg Stocker, the chairman of the board. Phil Almquist, Jimmy Kelly, our associate producers, as we inch closer to Thanksgiving. Another weekend in the books. Dawn, good morning. How are you?
Good morning. Happy Monday.
Happy Monday to you as well. Gregory.
Yeah, buddy. Monday. Let's do this. Come on. Let's do this. Everybody wake up.
We're good to go.
We're good to go. We start at 6 a.m. The Trump dance trend has been the thing for the weekend, hasn't it?
There's no question.
Has it not?
No question.
Can I tell you guys something?
Yeah.
For my son's birthday. No? All right. I'll stop.
Dawn, you better keep your mouth
closed.
closed.
All he talked about was going to the fight at Madison Square Garden this past Saturday night.
Who
This
went?
is David.
Okay.
So he had asked for the tickets.
Yeah, it was a
And
big.
we're like-
it was a big. It was a big ticket.
Right? It was
UFC
big-
309.
But this was back in like late August, early September, whenever. So we're like, oh, and then Larry kind of forgot about it, and David was bringing it up. Can I still get? And I was like, oh man, I would have loved to have been there.
Unlike-
that would have been amazing.
Unlike Netflix on Friday night with Tyson and Paul.
That was what a nightmare
Was
that
that
was.
fixed?
Well, it was. I mean, it was. Yeah, I mean,
You know me. I'm gonna say it's
they just did it for 2 giant paydays. The problem was
Mike Tyson, I just want my $40 million.
was the streaming.
Yeah, it was awful.
The streaming issue.
Just awful.
I bailed out of it and watched it the next day.
It was amazing. I didn't actually have any issue with it throughout the evening for the undercard. And I saw everybody complaining on Twitter, it's lagging, it's buffering. And then all of a sudden, I'm starting to see the results of the Tyson fight come in on social media.
Yeah.
And I hadn't even reached the fight.
I know.
Oh my.
But I wasn't buffering. So I'm like, wait a minute. What happened with and then I don't know what I did, but I was behind in the broadcast.
Yeah, that's the worst. That's the worst. That's why you need to stay off social. Well, you need to stay off social media anyway.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But when you're watching a live sporting event, I mean, they still garnered 60 million.
I know.
Views that night, like live, which is, if they can get this right, this is a game changer.
I know.
Honestly,
I know.
It really is.
It's like us with cameras and printers. If we get it right, watch out,
printers.
folks.
Yeah, we're gonna have to print things out one by one because we don't have any cartridges here this morning.
Oh, jeez.
Oh my God.
Phil's computer was a mess. It's just the issues this radio station has over the weekends. I don't know what happens. I don't know what happens.
They're having a good time, maybe.
Yeah.
Phil comes into my studio. He goes, the only way we can resolve this place is to burn it all down. I'm like, how are your Jets doing, pal?
Yeah, well, man, that was a brutal game too, wasn't it?
Oh God, what a weekend!
But the Chiefs and Bills, those are fabulous.
It's always
fabulous
fabulous.
game.
It's always fabulous.
Yeah.
Oh, we got a lot of good stuff to get to today.
Nice watching a stress-free Sunday football. You know what I mean? Like,
and the Eagles don't play again until next Sunday night.
Sunday night.
So
yeah.
it's gonna feel like an 11-day hiatus.
Yeah, I know.
It's unbelievable.
Is that technically a bye or is it like a mini bye?
It's like a mini bye.
Bye.
It's they're not skipping a week. They're just starting on Thursday and ending Sunday night.
That's right.
A lot of teams start on Thursday and end on Monday. So,
Yeah,
you know, so
it's the kind of work week I dream of. All right, we got a big take on the Trump administration now in the crosshairs, the new target of the media. We'll get to that. Also, as we just talked about, the Trump MAGA dance going mainstream.
I got to tell you, too, one more thing.
Unbelievable.
The John Jones fight on Saturday night, I had absolutely no issues with it. The Tyson fight, 100% issues.
Yep.
The John Jones fight, no issues whatsoever.
Can I just say something inappropriate?
Yeah.
Why not?
Mike Tyson, he was wearing that thong thing before the fight.
Yeah.
He has a nice tush.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah.
that's Mike Tyson has a nice tush.
Yeah, he's I mean,
he's, you know.
he's in shape.
He's
He's
a fit
58 years
guy.
old. He's fit.
Yep. It was very interesting, too, that a lot of liberal women were rooting for Tyson. for that fight, which
Because of his tush.
I find fascinating. You know,
What?
for the segment of society that hates toxic masculinity. Boy, they love Iron Mike, don't they?
Yeah.
Convicted rapist. I mean, I'm just saying. I'm just trying to figure out what the rules are here.
Is it because they hate Jake Paul so much?
I guess.
I mean,
that's a good point.
I mean, Jake Paul is hateable.
He's kind of a D-bag. I agree.
Yeah.
I agree.
Although he did. We have all the audio, but he did give credit to the GOAT, Mike Tyson.
That's correct.
He should.
Right. I mean, he gave you $20 million in your pocket for beating up a guy 30 years your elder. But anyway, we'll get to that. We'll
Tyson
also
held his own at least in the first 2 rounds.
Oh yeah. Well, you know, if it's his legs that go on him late in the fight.
Yeah.
It's like me on a Friday. You know, my legs eventually just gave way, and then I'm out. I got to go for the knockout blow early, Stalker. That's what we got to do here.
Yeah,
Yep.
exactly.
We'll get to this other thing that's going on in the world of females. It's called the Female 4B movement. As we separate ourselves from this election and the gender gap between men and women. Plus, a victory for Elon Musk as companies that boycotted advertising on X now suddenly coming back because it's cool to be on X, I guess. It's cool to be a Trump supporter. So all these big corporations are coming back. And ABC's got a big mess. ABC and Disney, same company, right? They've got a Snow White issue. They've got a Whoopi Goldberg issue.
Oh.
They've got all sorts of issues.
Man, they need to muzzle these people. Don't
I know.
They? Oh wow!
I know. Just stay in your lane.
We ran out of music.
That's it. The show's over.
Good night, everybody.
I think we covered everything.
Man,
if you missed any of the show, hit up the Rewind app.
We're shot out of a cannon on a Monday morning.
We're gonna crash before the cut sheet. Which is coming up at 7:45. All right, let's get to the news at 6:07. Round number 1, the great Dawn Stensler.
And good morning this Monday morning, November 18th. It's not going to feel like mid-November in the forecast. I think you're going to love this forecast coming up. We are sponsored this morning in Kayal Company News Live by Budget Blinds. A lot going on in the news. Locally, I will update for you 2 different shootings involving 2 different 15-year-olds shot in these separate shootings that happened just yesterday under investigation by Philadelphia police. First, a 15-year-old girl shot just before the dinner hour. Before it was still light outside. It was 4:50 p.m.-ish on 29th Street, right near Cumberland. That's according to Philadelphia police. And then just a couple of hours later, a 15-year-old boy injured in an unrelated shooting. So both of these 15-year-olds shot hours apart in these separate incidents. And police looking through this one, looking to find any suspects in this one. As far as the 15-year-old boy, so both in different children's hospitals. The 15-year-old boy looks like he's in stable condition. And as far as the 15-year-old girl, she is also in stable condition. Excuse me, they were both taken to St. Christopher's, not CHOP. So no information available on the potential motive. We don't have suspects. We don't have weapons recovered. And so police asking anybody with information. It's one of those that we hear all the time. So were these the intended targets? The first one, they're saying maybe more likely that she was not the intended victim. But again, not a whole lot of information. 15-year-olds on the night before, a school day out around dinner time and gunned down. We have a pregnant woman who was shot to death in Delaware County. This is just a horrific story. She is dead. Her baby was in critical condition. They were able to deliver the baby. This all started in an apartment building. This is Lansdowne, Delaware County, Pennsylvania, and the police chief giving new information about officers responding to reports of a gunshot victim at a home on Wycombe Avenue. And they found this very pregnant lady, 8.5 months pregnant and suffering from a gunshot wound.
Capital punishment. I mean, you should be given as Stalker would say, give them the firing squad and kill a pregnant lady.
It's just so amazingly, these first responders. I mean, they were able to rush her in. She was pronounced dead, but they were somehow, very quickly. You have to do this very quickly, obviously, to save the baby. The baby remains in critical condition this morning as Lansdowne police there, as well as the Delaware County DA's office. I don't know if any feds are involved or state level, but we have a massive investigation as far as this one. So that one, I don't have a motive, no suspect in custody. And then as well in Pottstown, we'll take you to Pottstown, where a man is charged with attempted murder. He's accused of shooting a police officer who was responding to a domestic violence call. So this is 42-year-old William Circola. He was struggling with the corporal involved here, Corporal Anthony Fisher, while another officer was trying to put this guy under arrest when the suspect grabs Corporal Fisher's gun, fires one shot at him. And so this is, began with one of those domestic violence disturbance calls that we talk about, some of the most dangerous calls for cops.
Mm-hmm. I bet you alcohol or some sort of substance was involved. I mean, yeah, that takes a lot of stones to reach for an officer's firearm. Yeah. And in a 2-on-1 situation where the officers have you outnumbered and you're still able to get that firearm away from the officer. Yeah. Wow.
So as far as the one officer injured, he is expected to make a full recovery, but was taken to the hospital. Suspect in custody, and like I say, facing these attempted murder charges. There's a lot of other news today. I know that we'll get to a lot of national news. I'll just take you to locally. We do have the update from our RNC attorney, Linda Kearns, as we have confirmation this morning that the official recount involving the U.S. Senate hotly contested race here in Pennsylvania being watched nationally, that recount has begun. It is underway, in fact. So remember that by law, they had to have begun the recount by a certain time, and then they have to end it by noon of November 26th, and then they have to announce the results by the 27th. So legally, they had until the 20th. Today's the 18th. They had until Wednesday, but they have begun that. But these lawsuits continue because at many levels now, as we told you, the RNC attorneys, and I know Michael Watley was putting out social media over the weekend making statements about it, the GOP chair, but they're watching this very carefully. And the state Supreme Court, Pennsylvania Supreme Court justices, still have not ruled on the question before them. Linda Kearns had told us about that. They had filed that last Thursday. And so this would be a ruling in which the Pennsylvania Supreme Court is being asked to simply say that all of these cases, we've talked about those illegal ballots being counted in the collar counties as well as Philadelphia. So the Supreme Court's already ruled, and it's very clear that they've said this is not legal. You cannot do this. But they went ahead and did it anyway.
So there's three questions I have, and I didn't see the answers in one link that we sent last night in our show prep. I want to know, are these recounts done by hand, or is this done by a scanning machine? Number two, I want to know how many people are actually in that recount room, so to speak, if it's done in a room. And then lastly, if it's done by machine and we're recounting at a state level, how does it take 10 days to recount? These are the questions that I think average people are probably wondering and asking. Like, why is this such a difficult process? We're talking about counting items. I get a bag of oranges. I open up my oranges. 1, 2, 3, 4. Like 10 days?
So the word from Linda is that this recount started in some counties. It is underway. It officially has to start by Wednesday, like I said. She personally was involved in training lawyers, okay, over the weekend, because to your point, they have to have lawyers in the courts, and they have to be ready to be in all the counties across Pennsylvania to deal with all of this. You have to have certain witnesses on both Democrats and Republicans.
Right.
They have all of that. They have lawyers and observers for all of the counties, according to the RNC, according to Linda Kearns, and they are continuing to protect the vote. She says that they comprehensively train every single person, and they have a huge team. In a separate action that I know I touched upon, they are appealing County Board of Elections decisions to count those ballots that should never have been counted in the first place, right? And so there's a hearing tomorrow on that issue in Philadelphia. They're also appealing County Board of Elections decisions if they count provisional ballots contrary to law, and they appealed Philadelphia County decisions from Friday, just last Friday. There was a hearing. There's another hearing today at 1 p.m. This is a very active and developing situation, and they're continuing to hold the counties accountable. They're also monitoring anything the Casey team files and then responding accordingly as needed. And remember, last Thursday, that's when the RNC filed the King's Bench. That's the King's Bench appeal to the PA Supreme Court that I had mentioned, and that's to weigh in on the dated ballots that are illegal and waiting for them to rule to stop that counting.
Yeah.
So there are multiple different levels, but the recounts are not done by hand, and they must be done by a different scanner than was used. Thank you, Linda Kearns. This is developing right now, and I put out the words all, and so I just got the answer. Thank you, Linda, to our election integrity RNC attorney, Linda Kearns. She says, so they're not done by hand, Nick.
Okay.
But they have to be done by a different scanner.
Got it. All right.
They said we get one attorney and 2 observers at each recount.
All right. Well, thank you for the clarification.
So
That's great.
All sides there, and thank you so much. And the point here is be vigilant, and also call your county commissioner's office. Let them know how you feel. Call in. Go to protectthevote.com. Learn ways that you can, of course, peacefully voice your concern about this as they drag this on. And so the recounts, as far as this goes, Philadelphia starts the recounts Wednesday, expected to take 3 days. The Philadelphia recount will take 3 days, so Wednesday, Thursday, Friday.
All right.
So we got that going on. I know there's a lot of Joe Biden news as far as Russia, Ukraine, and Joe Biden, by the way, he was in the rainforest.
Not a joke.
First president ever to be in a rainforest. So
yeah, my sources are saying that the entire Biden administration might actually be transported and dumped into the rainforest and left there permanently. I haven't confirmed that yet, but I'm still working my sources.
Anybody here? So we have that going on. You're going to love the forecast. 68 degrees and mild today. We're in for a big change later this week, but enjoy really spring-like weather today. The holidays are coming. Budget Blinds is your one-stop shop for blinds, shades, shutters, custom drapery, as well as motorization. Visit budgetblinds.com. For a free in-home consultation, the only no-questions-asked warranty in the entire business. Just schedule your holiday consultation. Ask about their special radio offer. Thank you, Budget Blinds, for sponsoring Kayal and Company News Live, First Morning Edition.
All right, Dawn, thank you very much. 6:17 Monday morning. Let's kick off the week with another Big Take.
The Big Take on Kayal and Company.
And it is brought to you by Wawa this morning. The Big Take, a Trump target shift. You know, the mainstream media and the Democrat Party has screamed bloody murder at the top of their lungs for close to a decade about Donald Trump. And that has largely now been tuned out, as evidenced by the results of the 2024 election. So what exactly is the pivot? Well, you shift your target to the new Trump administration. You vilify RFK Jr., Pete Hegseth, and Matt Gaetz. Except I don't think that's going to work either, because it's a lot like the boy who cried wolf. Nobody believed him anymore. And the same applies to the media and the left wing of the Democrat Party. Your cries of racism, sexism, and bigotry have fallen flat. Accusations of claiming someone is Hitler did not work. Bill Maher explained this in detail on Friday night. Listen and watch.
Democrats run for office as if the voters don't live here, as if they don't go to the grocery store and Starbucks and the office, but they do. They live here, and they actually see women and people of color, and it doesn't look like some patriarchal racist nightmare. Do problems remain pertaining to racism and sexism? Of course. But a poll last year asked, if America is the greatest country in the world, more blacks and Hispanic Americans agreed with that than the white progressives. It asked if racism is built into our society. White progressives agreed with that at higher levels than black and Hispanic people. It asked if government should increase border security. Same result. Hispanic Americans are less okay with illegal immigration than whitey. The votes are in. They don't want your pity.
But when your party is full of awful candidates with bad messaging and failed policy, this is all that you can do. And it appears that that will continue, and they'll continue to bang the drum of false narratives as 2024 comes to a close. Trump's selections so far have been major FUs to the establishment. Washington bureaucrats are super uncomfortable because they know that their little playground is about to be torn down. And this time, Trump has the House, the Senate, and the Supreme Court majority. And at this rate, the MAGA movement with J.D. Vance in the backdrop could be a 12-year run of excellence, and that petrifies them. Things are about to get a whole lot more efficient, and that's because Elon Musk and Vivek Ramaswamy are cleaning out the dead weight and trimming off the fat. And the Department of Government Efficiency has an end date in sight for when this project will be completed. Here's Vivek explaining just that. Listen and watch.
Look, part of what's holding back energy dominance in this country is that administrative state. Look at the regulations coming out of the Department of Interior, the slow permitting requirements, how hard it is to open a new refinery. So I think that is the root cause of our failure as a country, is this unelected fourth branch of government. And I think they look at elected officials as these cute little puppets that come and go every little while. Not anymore. There's a new sheriff in town. Donald Trump's the president. He has mandated us for radical, drastic reform of this federal bureaucracy with the learnings of that first term. And you look, Elon and Elon's solving major problems of physics. I came from the world of biology. What we're solving here now is not a natural problem. This is a man-made problem. And when you have a man-made problem, you better darn well have a man-made solution. That's what we're bringing to the table. We're assembling the brightest minds in the country. This is the equivalent of a modern Manhattan Project to take on, I think, the major problem holding our country back. It's the federal bureaucracy. Target that cost, save the money, restore self-governance. And Sean, I think we did something pretty novel here, if I may say so. If I just want to say is this Department of Government Efficiency, it is built with an end date. We want to be done by July 4th, 2026. So for the first time in history, creating a department, creating a new government project that is designed to end when its work is complete. That's on the 250th anniversary of America's Declaration of Independence, and that's the gift we want to give this country on that birthday.
But in the meantime, the Democrats, well, they'll continue on with their usual playbook, which is why we are now seeing headlines and wild claims such as Pete Hegseth is a white nationalist and a rapist. Matt Gaetz is the most unqualified AG of all time. Elon and Vivek are going to dismantle institutions, and Bobby is going to get us all sick, and we're all going to die. In regards to RFK Jr., the Babylon Bee with this parody headline, quote, fattest, sickest country on earth concerned, new health secretary might do something different, end quote. It's actually really good. In regards to Pete Hegseth and his tattoos, the media and the woke morons jumping all over the white nationalist claims, and they look stupid and uneducated in doing so. The Templar cross on his chest that has caused an uproar is actually anti-Christian bigotry coming from the left, if you think about it. If I was Pete Hegseth, I would sue everyone for these smear campaigns that are unfounded. And then when it comes to Matt Gaetz taking over from Merrick Garland, well, it's causing grown adults in politics to break down and cry. Literally cry on the Hill. Listen and watch.
Doesn't mean you can't be attorney general, but he's not going to receive a very warm welcome from the career folks there. We've seen people today, our fellow reporters, crying, hugging in the hallways. I've gotten sources from text messages from sources, the Trump administration, the Biden administration. No one is endorsing this.
That clip from CNN, fellow reporters crying over an attorney general? Are you serious? Trump continues to break the brains of swamp losers and the media alike. And on Friday, it was RFK Jr. that was in the crosshairs of the media and Democrats. Cries of how he isn't a doctor flooded the airwaves. But did you know Xavier Becerra, the director of the HHS under Joe Biden, he's not a doctor either. No, he's a lawyer and a career politician. So the horror of Bobby not being a doctor falls on deaf ears, left-wingers. Your number 2 in HHS is Rachel Levine, formerly known as Richard. Maybe dial it back, perhaps like Eric Adams has. Here was the mayor of New York City on The View on Friday defending Bobby Kennedy. Listen and watch this.
But let's be clear. We have a real problem with our food in our country. And we need to watch what we're feeding our children. And
what is the major problem, do you think?
Too much hormones. Many people know my, I almost lost my sight with diabetes. The doctor told me I would be blind in a year. I was going to lose my fingers and toes. And it was my food. It wasn't my DNA. It was my dinner.
But JFK Jr. RFK Jr. ate some pork and now he has a brain worm. Is he the person that should be in charge of that?
Yeah, well, let's
food?
Right. And let's understand this also. In all of these agencies, There are thousands of employees and experts that understand these topics, and there are rules, there are regulations.
Mayor, a lot of them want to resign. When they see some of the people that are going to be on top, I think there's going to be a mass exodus of people who have the institutional knowledge and the institutional memory in DOD,
Well, I would hope so,
at HHS. Who wants to work under our cook?
And let me respond to that. If we love our country, then no one individual should take us away from our mission.
Yes.
If you dedicated your life to a particular place, I dedicated my life to law enforcement. So if a new commissioner came in that I disagreed with, I was not going to say, I'm going to resign. Let's love the country. Let's love our cities. Let's get away from the rhetoric of the professionalism that we know. Those are experts in this. They're going to look at his proposal, do a real analysis, and make these decisions. It happens every day.
So here are the options for the Democrats and the media. You can unite around the Trump administration, going about things differently, or you can still take your L via the power of recess appointments. Bill Malugin of Fox News yesterday with the latest on Trump's plan to push his picks through. Listen and watch this.
And Trump has said he wants recess appointments to potentially be on the table to push his picks through without Senate confirmation if necessary. Now, incoming GOP Senate Majority Leader John Thune tells Fox News that he's looking at every single option, including those controversial recess appointments. They will all be on the table to potentially give Trump the people he wants, whatever way it comes down to it.
Oh, and by the way, for the media set to cry over Trump using recess appointments like he's some sort of dictator, Obama and Clinton used them very often. In fact, according to everycrsreport.com, President Obama made 32 recess appointments, all to full-time positions. During his presidency, Bill Clinton made 139 recess appointments, 95 to full-time positions and 44 to part-time positions. And President George W. Bush made 171 recess appointments, 99 of which were full-time. You're welcome for those facts, Democrats. See, the truth is, no matter how you slice it or dice it, America is done. America is done with the rhetoric and the delusional arguments. America is sick of being sick. America is sick of hearing it's a racist and sexist nation. America is tired of seeing our tax dollars go to waste. America rejected the left wing after 4 years of man-made hysteria and freakouts, and the Trump administration is set to take off and launch, and it'll happen the easy way or the hard way. And there's nothing Democrats can do about it, and they're running out of things left to stand on when you think about it. And that's the big take.
The Big Take on Kayal & Company.
Which is brought to you by Wawa, where right now you have Wawa pizza, and you have it for different sizes at different prices. That's right. Wawa pizza at a great price. Right now, get a personal size 14 or 16-inch Wawa pizza for just $6, $8, or $10. Because you got to have a Wawa. 855-839-1210 if you want to jump in. Social media at 1210 WPHT. And also, of course, let it rip in the YouTube chat. Just go to youtube.com/@1210 WPHT and hit the like and subscribe buttons. We'll come back, get some thoughts on the targeting of the rest of the Trump administration. And then also MAGA. It's now a mainstream movement. And some of the single liberal females out there, they just can't take it. We're back after this here on Kayal & Company on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Monday Night Football tonight. Cap off the NFL week with the chance to win on FanDuel in partnership with Valley Forge Casino. It's America's #1 sportsbook. New customers can get $150 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins on two nights. A Monday Night Football game, the Houston Texans at the Dallas Cowboys. All right, let's put $5 on this three-leg same-game parlay. Joe Mixon for an anytime touchdown. C.J. Stroud on 45-plus yards in the first quarter. And the under for the total points in 41.5. Combine those three bets together, plunk down $5. You can win $21, or you could get $150 in bonus bets if it wins. FanDuel, just go to FanDuel.com/Greg. FanDuel.com/Greg to make every moment more this season. FanDuel, the official sportsbook partner of the NFL and of 1210 WPHT. 21 and over, President PA. First online real money wager, only $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
You may have heard Wawa has pizza. And right now, Wawa has pizza at a really great price.
Wawa has personal pizza for a night of gaming.
And it's only $6.
Wawa has pizza for when we don't want to cook.
And a 14-inch is $8.
Wawa has pizza for after practice.
A 16-inch to feed the team, $10. Right now, get a personal 14 or 16-inch Wawa pizza for just $6, $8, or $10. Wawa has pizza for all at a really great price.
Hey, it's Rich Zeoli. Do you know the other day somebody posted a picture of my old house on the internet? It scared me and my family, but luckily it was my old house. See, I signed up for Privacy Pro from DuckDuckGo, and this is essential because as part of it, it's personal information removal. I'm so glad I signed up. Personal information removal helps find and remove your personal information like name, email, and yes, your home address from data broker sites or people search sites that store and sell it. And that helps to combat identity theft and spam. Plus, you want the privacy in this day and age, don't you? Of course you do. So just go to duckduckgo.com/1210 right now and sign up for a week on us, a 7-day free trial, and then it's only $9.99 a month. And it includes a VPN, which you need when you're online no matter where you are, and also identity theft restoration. It is the 3-in-1 Privacy Pro solution you absolutely need, and that's why I signed up for it. duckduckgo.com/1210, duckduckgo.com/1210.
As a business owner, you wear a lot of hats. One minute you're ordering today's inventory, and the next you're planning tomorrow's expansion. It's complicated, but your business credit card should be simple. With the Signify Business Cash Card by Wells Fargo, you earn unlimited 2% cash rewards on purchases for your business, with no caps or categories to track. Signify Business Cash, the deliberately simple business credit card. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/signify. Terms apply.
For more expert appliance shopping advice, here's National Appliance Warehouse's own appliance guru.
Hello, it's Black November, and many consumers complain that Black Friday discounts aren't as deep as they used to be. Well, that's not true at National Appliance Warehouse. They've negotiated big discounts directly from manufacturers and are passing them right on to you. It all adds up to the biggest savings event of the year. That makes appliances from National Appliance Warehouse the best bang for your Black Friday buck. You deserve the perfect appliances and to enjoy an unbeatable experience. We're fully staffed with friendly professionals who are dedicated to delivering all of that, all while delivering the Black Friday savings you remember.
Black November starts now at National Appliance Warehouse. Save on GE appliances. Earn up to $3,000 rebate with purchase of select customizable cafe appliance suites. Shop an unmatched collection of GE, Cafe, GE Profile, and Monogram appliances. Click nationalappliancewarehouse.com or visit their showroom in tax-free Wilmington today.
Listen this Saturday as Penn State battles Minnesota. Coverage starts at 3 p.m. on the home of Penn State football. Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Hey, it's Matt, your leaf filter trusted pro. Gutters are an often neglected part of the home. They're also one of the most important. Clogged, overflowing gutters can cause serious problems like foundation damage or basement flooding, which can cost thousands of dollars to fix. Let's face it, cleaning gutters yourself is not only a hassle, it can be dangerous. But when you get Leaf Filter, you'll never have to worry about cleaning clogged gutters again. Get started today by calling 844-300-LEAF to schedule your free inspection. If you decide to move forward, we'll professionally clean, realign, and seal your gutters before installing our patented stainless steel micro mesh system. Leaf Filter keeps out everything but the water, and it's backed by a lifetime transferable no clogs warranty. So you're protected for good. We're in your neighborhood and ready to help. Call Leaf Filter today for a free inspection and estimate and to save up to 30%. Dial 844-300-LEAF. That's 844-300-LEAF.
See Joe Conklin at Parks Casino with the world-renowned City Rhythm Orchestra for a special Conklin's Comedy Night Christmas show. Thursday nights, December 5th and 19th.
Was the night before Christmas, and all through the house, there were no presents for Jerry Jones because he's such a louse.
It's Conklin's Comedy Night Christmas Show with City Rhythm at Parks Casino, December 5th and 19th. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com.
JoeConklin.com! Wawa's Hot Turkey is back, and it's bringing the comforting flavors of the season with it. Sink into savory stuffing, cozy up with sweet cranberry sauce, and relax into some warm, buttery mashed potatoes. Grab your pillows and blankets, because Hot Turkey is back. Plus, get your cozy cravings satisfied from the comfort of your bed with $0 delivery when you order on the Wawa app. Try the Wawa Gobbler today in a hoagie or bowl for a limited time. Gotta have a Wawa.
Hey, Paoli, we know your favorite station is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Okay, indeed. It's Kayal and Company, 6:35, live on a Monday morning, November 18th. Can't believe it. Holidays are almost here, folks. It's like we went from summer to the election to the holidays. I don't even know where fall went. It's almost gone. 855-839-1210. Nick, Dawn, and Greg, good to have you in. Get us on the free Odyssey app. Watch us live on YouTube. A lot of visuals coming up here in just a couple of minutes. We'll get to the mainstream MAGA movement that is post-election, whether it's signs going up after the election or dances on television. We'll hit that, as well as this female pushback to Trump's victory. And it starts really at the grassroots level and goes all the way up to Hollywood. And we'll get to that in just a few moments. But, Dawn, I want to give you your crack at it. Your thoughts on the way now the media, because it's fascinating, right? They've done the whole let's, tar and feather Trump nonsense. Let's call him Hitler. He's a fascist. But that fell on deaf ears. So now we've got to brand the newbies, right, during the Trump transition. Pete Hegseth is a white nationalist. Matt Gaetz is causing people to cry on Capitol Hill. And if you don't like it, Trump's going to probably use his ability to exercise recess appointments. But it seems like now the kicking and screaming is in the direction of all of Trump's selections within his new administration. Your thoughts?
We know the playbook. We know the last time around what they do when Trump was president last time. What do? They accuse them all of being racist, sexist, rapists. That's what we're going to hear. Get ready for the rhetoric. And so especially after, an incredible weekend. I mean, that entrance with not just Trump, but the entire team. I mean, I've never seen anything like that. I mean, it was the music and everybody, the crowd is roaring and Trump's walking in. There's Elon Musk. Vivek is there. These people. When have you known people in a cabinet by first name as if you know them? Elon, Vivek.
Yeah.
Tulsi. You know what I mean? Like, you feel like you know these people. They're like the Avengers. That's what people are saying.
Different feel this time around
Totally
compared to
different
8 years
feel.
ago.
So they already have, he's quickly getting through these cabinet, positions, getting people in place and talking a lot of talk. And they're freaked out. They are freaked out. The problem here is that, the more you're giving them a hint as to what you might do months ahead, to me, is this a little bit of psychological warfare?
Mm-hmm.
I think it is.
Yeah, absolutely.
A lot of talk, a lot of... So can they really get in there and do all of this? Well, you do have, like, congressional approval for some things. So it's not just that any person who becomes president in the executive branch, I mean, we do have checks and balances.
But he does have more power this time around. And when you look at the Senate, the House, the Supreme Court, he's in about as good of a position as you can be in if you're a president, right?
I think so, but the Mitch McConnell, I think that there were people concerned about Mitch putting into place somebody who in truth at one point was a never Trumper, went on all the shows, said all the right things. Is he really? So we always have checks and balances in our system. That's how it was just created.
Yep.
So even let's remember Obama. When Obama got in for the first 2 years, he had all Democrats, right? He had the House, he had the Senate, and what happened? I mean, they fought tooth and nail over Obamacare and everything else, and he didn't get as much as he wanted to get done. So the system is created to have some bureaucracy, so you can't do too much too fast. So what that means is that Trump has to keep his vision in focus and cannot get sidetracked by all of this drama that we know is to come.
No, and you're right. And one last note on that, which I think is kind of under the radar that people are not talking about. He has a lot of public figures in his administration this time around. To your point about not getting sidetracked, you know what Trump could actually do if he could control it? And I don't know that he can. He doesn't even have to talk. He could disappear like Joe Biden did during this administration and just allow his public speakers.
Never let that happen.
I totally get, I know, but Elon likes the limelight. Vivek is one of the greatest talkers imaginable. Tulsi Gabbard's not afraid to get in front of cameras. There's a lot of people that have been very public spoken and, visually are comfortable on camera, where he could be in the background just doing what he's doing to execute his vision and make sure that his policies take off and they hit the ground running. And of course, he's going to, come out. He's a showman, right? We understand that. But boy, I tell you what, this time around, you've got so many bright people in your administration. You just let them do the magic, and you pop up from time to time. He doesn't need to say anything, right? He made the comeback. He showed America that it was possible. You know what he was able to achieve in his first 3 years, the first term. I know you can't turn down the spotlight, and he loves it. But if he wanted to, he could sit back and be an executive and oversee things from a 30,000-foot view and maybe be successful. I really believe that. So, we'll see how that plays out. But, he'll be on TV. He'll be doing his, social media stuff. And the left will have their meltdowns. And I want to get to this, too, because the MAGA Trump dance mainstream media movement is taking off. Before we get to the NFL and UFC and dances and songs, I want to just give you some of these highlights from this story from Axios, because I've actually seen this live in my neighborhood in Montgomery County. So Axios has a headline: Secret Trump voters have post-election coming out party. And they write the following: they're donning MAGA hats in cafes, celebrating on social media, and flying Trump flags. Supporters of President-elect Trump in deep blue cities and states are no longer keeping it to themselves. They go on to write that many Trump voters in these cities saw his victory as validation and are acting accordingly. Some residents of liberal enclaves tell Axios they've seen more Trump yard signs go up after the election than before it. And many supporters of Vice President Harris are grappling with the fact that their neighbors might not have voted the way that they did. A study from Columbia Business School found that amongst those who kept their choice a secret leading up to the 2016 election, 2 out of 3 went for Donald Trump. Quote, I think people recognize that there is some kind of reputational cost of supporting Trump, says Columbia's Michael Slapian, who co-authored the study. Quote, there's still such a stigma with being a Trump supporter. I'm not sure it's going to be like that anymore, says Jonathan Alpert, a Manhattan-based psychotherapist who says patients told him they were keeping their support for former President Trump quiet before the election. And then, lastly, Robert Kahali, a pollster and strategist at the Trafalgar Group, says Trump people are out. People that would have been hidden a week or so ago are not hiding anymore. And I said this to my wife as we were taking the girls to dance on Friday. And I go from Bluebell through Worcester Township, down Skipback and Germantown Pike, into Eagleville and Collegeville. And I get it, that's a small sector. That's just one kind of destination, a path from point A to point B. But I'm still seeing Trump van signs up everywhere. All the Harris wall signs have come down. And if this story from Axios is accurate, that now post-election, because your guy won, and he won in resounding fashion by winning the popular vote, I could totally see people that might have had signage or flags or bumper stickers that they were afraid to advertise publicly, now coming out publicly and doing it because it's the popular thing to do. Phil, if we could play this, this is K3. You're going to see John Bones Jones from the UFC, as well as multiple players yesterday in the NFL, and everybody is doing the Trump dance. Listen and watch this. Look at that. Now you have Brock Bowers from the Raiders, DeAndre Hopkins from the Titans, John Jones from UFC, and a bunch of players from the Detroit Lions up in the top left corner of the screen. Even the 49ers and Nick Bosa, after being fined by the NFL $11,000 for wearing the MAGA hat, are doing this dance. We're seeing it in college athletics, professional athletics. We're also seeing females that are on social media, like outlets like TikTok, that are doing the Trump shimmy dance to the song, the YMCA. I mean, this is becoming, I think, a cultural phenomenon. I actually saw clips over the weekend, Dawn, of people across the pond in soccer matches that were doing it. I really think that this is a movement, and we've seen other countries in elections in the last year and a half, 2 years, that they have voted for, selected, and won with a populist candidate. This is, I really think you can make the case that, and I don't want to say conservatism because Trump's not a true conservative, but it's almost like he's made conservatism cool in a way. Do you get that vibe?
Yeah, I think that, as how long ago did I say, come out of the closet, people? A lot of conservatives, right? We're in the closet, especially women.
You said it at the Don Jr. event when we were on stage.
Yes, come out of the closet.
Yes.
And so for people who just, I would have, during this past, high school football season, people would come up and say, Dawn, I'm not going to, you're not wearing your MAGA hat. I'm not wearing mine because my kid might not get in the school play, or I just don't want to deal with her. Da-da-da-da. But I think that now that Trump won, people feel validated.
Mm-hmm.
And there's just, quite frankly, there is a dance. There's a celebration of, oh, my God, thank God that things are going to go back to normal. This upside-down land that we've been living in is over, and it's a new era. And we're going to normalize things and get back to work and make America great again. It's really simple. But I think there is this sense of relief. I see more MAGA hats. My husband ordered me the Vance 2028, the JD Vance hat, which I forgot. But
yeah.
I just think, and then there's a Christmas Trump hat. It's like green with the red lettering, kind of looks like the Phillies colors.
Mm-hmm.
But I seriously, I just think now people are out and thinking, okay, that this is over and that far left progressive stuff is over, and hopefully it is. I think it's a feeling of relief, and it is a feeling of celebration.
And I really do think there's something to be said for when you win the popular vote, right?
Yes.
Quote, there's more of us than there's not, right? When we come to looking at raw numbers for voting. And on a political strategy front, I really do believe that Kamala Harris, the Democrat Party, and the mainstream media, with their attempt to vilify masculinity as toxic, and that Trump would be defeated by, the alternative male, the Doug Emhoffs of the world, right? The Tim Wallses of the world, and that single liberal women. And look, I've got to raise my hand. I thought single liberal women would be the undoing of Trump. I thought post Roe v. Wade, that would be why he could possibly lose. But this looks to be like the biggest political miscalculation of all time by the way the Democrats tried to just ostracize and criticize, alpha type A males. And I think this is a rebellious bounce back of, no, you're not going to sit here and vilify me simply by being a straight male, right? And you look at, think about it in the NFL. How many of those people, if you ask them off the record, are Trump supporters? I would bet 24 out of the 32 NFL owners probably voted for Trump. And I bet you more than 50% of NFL players voted for Trump. Then you go to combat sports like UFC and boxing. These guys aren't voting for Kamala Harris and Tim Walz. Yeah, John Jones is up there. He handed Trump all sorts. He handed him a belt.
Awesome.
He's climbing the octagon cage. What are what are the Democrats doing here? Maybe you should listen to Bill Maher and Fetterman, who actually make some sense, because the far left cuckoo stuff did not land, and it didn't result in a victory.
And how about the fact that John Jones said to Trump, "Oh man, you were here and I was nervous."
Right.
You know what I mean? And it was just like a nice conversation where he was like, "Oh, I saw you and I was nervous and I was fighting this and that." I will say a couple things. First of all, the reporters were asking the Raiders PR team about Bauer's media availability.
Yeah, and they
now
stopped
they shut
it?
him down.
I read that.
So NFL, the woke NFL offices have got to go. And so what happens with all of that?
Yeah.
Because we saw during the movement of players who wanted to bend the knee, and they said that they had a First Amendment right to bend the knee, right?
Mhm.
Even though their contract might say that they have to stand for the whatever. But now on the other side, we're seeing a similar thing with the right. And so how does that shake out with players who say, hey, I want to celebrate, what's happening in the country, what have you. So I will be interested to watch that. But I think more than anything, when you think about what's happening in our nation, this is a movement toward the middle.
Yeah.
And that's really with Donald J. Trump. He was smart in his campaign. He was disciplined in the sense that he kept hope alive, fight, 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 make America great again. Think about the themes that Trump pushed for. He talked about the economy. He talked about your safety. I mean, think about the Laken Riley trial, horrific, going on right now.
Started on Friday. Yep.
Started on Friday mid-morning. We took part of it live, and we learned later in the day that this young lady fought for 18 minutes, was able to call 911.
I heard
Oh my
I heard
God.
I heard the audio of the phone call.
That mom in court, I can't even imagine.
Just awful.
So think about the impact as Madison Square Garden is happening and people are celebrating the Trump victory and so on and so forth. At the same time, we're learning about the situation at the hands, allegedly, of an illegal person in this country who had been in the hands of law enforcement, the Biden-Harris administration, and Democrats and sanctuary cities at least twice, and was freed and was let go.
Yep.
So all of that plays together to say, let's keep us safe. So I just think Trump's campaign was the campaign that kept hope alive and stuck to the middle.
Yep.
And revealed that the other side, the incumbent party, had gone too far left to the nation.
Yeah.
I think it was kind of a simple formula if you think about it.
You're right. I'm actually glad you brought up the Brock Bowers post-game interview because apparently, according to reports, he's at his locker, and once all of the media that was gathered around getting quotes from certain players that sit next to him, to his left, to his right, they kind of broke up, and they were down to just one USA Today sports reporter who asked Brock Bowers about doing the Trump dance. He gave one answer to one question, and that's when I think like one of the team media representatives stepped in and said, all right, that'll do, boys. Let's wrap it up. Let's get on out of here. Brock's got to hit the showers. So I thought that was interesting, probably by design. So I'm glad you caught that as well because I was reading about that last night. And then just to wrap up here, also I mentioned social media and people returning to X. It's fascinating that all of these people, Don Lemon, Joy Reid, Keith Olbermann, they've all threatened and announced that they are leaving X. And with that comes companies that left X under Elon Musk's ownership. They are returning to X, and they are advertising again. And those companies include Warner Brothers Discovery, Disney, Lionsgate, Comcast, and IBM, saying, quote, "We have resumed ad spending on the X platform, although at lower rates than before." Kind of fascinating that all these companies that took a social or a political stance boycotted X, and now after Elon Musk is on the victorious side of an election and a part of the Trump administration, they are returning to said platform that they were boycotting. Just wanted to pass that along as well. That story is courtesy of Adweek, if you would like to read it. 855-839-1210, the phone number. All right, so men are feeling good about the election results, but what about single liberal women? In fact, they're so unhappy, they're about to adopt a movement that was started halfway across the globe. We'll get to that story as we continue. Dawn's News to kick off Hour 2 is next here on Kayal and Company.
When it comes to your home, trust is everything. For 45 years now, Kitchen Magic has built quite a reputation for transforming kitchens with such precision and such care. From those all-important, those custom cabinets to the countertops, the backsplashes, storage solutions, they really do everything. They get the job done and fast in just a few days. Your dream kitchen becomes a reality without the hassle. Trust the name your neighbors have been relying on for decades. Kitchen Magic Get your free in-home consultation. Go to kitchenmagic.com. Let's cook up something extraordinary. kitchenmagic.com. Get this on the calendar. kitchenmagic.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Hey, Philly, New Jersey. Diane Cardano, team leader at Cardano Realtors. It's that time again to get your free Thanksgiving apple or pumpkin pie. Stop by the Abington Firehouse for our community Thanksgiving pie open house on November 26th and pick up your pie just in time for the holiday. Also, I'll be signing copies of my newest book that I'm very excited about, Model Home Mindset, where I share the strategies that I use to help home sellers just like you get top dollar for their homes, such as expert negotiating, smart marketing, and strategic planning. Also, I'll reveal insights on the 2025 market forecast, such as prices, mortgage rates, and inventory. So, reserve your free pie today. Enjoy lunch, desserts, and get a copy of my newest book, Model Home Mindset. Go to getfreepie.com. That's getfreepie.com. Or call 215-576-8666, 215-576-8666.
Attention Medicaid patients.
If you're on Medicaid, how would you like if your caretaker was your daughter, your son, your grandchild, or your close friend? If you're on Medicaid, Freedom Care allows you to choose who provides your care, and that caregiver will get paid instantly after their shift. Yes, your caregiver will get paid instantly, and it's 100% free to you if you are on Medicaid. Call 267-692-3782 and ask Freedom Care how to get started with care today. No more worrying about getting care from an aide at an agency. Freedom Care helps you choose who you want to take care of you, and that person gets paid. Call Freedom Care at 267-692-3782, 267-692-3782 to get started today. You get a caregiver you know and trust, and they get paid instantly after their shift, and it's free to you. Start now by calling 267-692-3782, 267-692-3782, or go to freedomcare.com.
This is a commercial for California Psychics, America's most trusted psychic network. So, if you're waiting for a sign, this is it. No, really, this is it. You won't see your soulmate's face in the clouds or your career path mapped out in your cappuccino foam. This really is it. We could add some dramatic sound effects if you'd like. So what you waiting for? Experience the joy of certainty at CaliforniaPsychics.com.
Woohoo! Another girls' night out. I'm so stressed from shopping, I couldn't find anything. Have you tried shopping jewelry television, JTV? I don't know. Everyone in my family is so different. JTV has thousands of jewelry styles, artisan, diamonds, pearls, colored gemstones, watches, even gift sets. I shop on TV and online.
New JTV customers save up to $40 when you shop jtv.com/radio.
Now, can you relax? Yes. Another round? Yes.
What I know about courage, I learned from my adoptive mom. She said sometimes you just gotta hold on and know we'll get through this. Mom, we are so high up. Hold my hand.
No, you hold my hand.
Here we go.
Learn about adopting a teen from foster care. You can't imagine the reward. Visit adoptuskids.org to find out more.
I learned patience from my adoptive dad. All he had to say was,
"Hey, you got this. Just breathe." Hey, we're pretty good.
Yeah.
Might have to start a band.
I got it.
Learn about adopting a teen from foster care. You can't imagine the reward. Visit adoptuskids.org to find out more. This message is brought to you by Adopt US Kids, the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, and the Ad Council.
Hi, everyone. This is Dom Giordano here with my friend and dentist, Dr. Robert Bentz of the Bentz Dental Group. Dr. Bentz, it's good for everyone to know you have the technology and the people to help. Like John, that guy is an artisan of teeth.
Having the expertise or the knowledge, having this equipment added to that just allows me to get those consistent, efficient results, and it builds up your confidence in my abilities. Having somebody like John, who's been in this business for decades, is a big help. He's able to come in using this equipment, and he helps me build the case as I'm actually doing the work. And that is unbelievably second to none for that, because that is a benefit I'm blessed with, to have that ability to have that lab here.
Dr. Bentz and the team at Bentz Dental Group provide solutions for the most common complex dental cases, call Dr. Bentz today at 610-272-6949 or visit BentzDentalGroup.com. Bentz Dental Group, say it with a smile.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Tune in to Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturdays at 11 a.m. to hear Phil Cannella and Joanne Small. The Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturday mornings at 11 on Talk Radio 1210.
Chronic pain, cancer, fatigue. Find out about the benefits of medical hydration therapy on Health Watch with Dr. Molly Fantasia every Sunday morning at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. At PGW, safety is essential to delivering clean, reliable natural gas to Philadelphia homes and businesses. If you smell gas, call PGW at 215-235-1212.
Free speech lives here on Odyssey's #1 talk station. Talk Radio 1210. 1210 WPHT.
Mustard. It's Kayal and Company, 7:01. Hour number 2 underway. Here on this Monday morning, it's Nick, Dawn, and Greg. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Get us on the free Odyssey app. Watch us live on YouTube. Cut sheets coming up 7:45. Super good one, including one SNL cast member. Actually, I can't even call him a cast member. Recurring figure busts out a new role.
Yeah. Very poorly.
Shocking. Fail at one, try the other, right?
Yeah.
So we'll do that coming up on top of other things as well.
Is there nobody else that can do impressions?
I mean,
I just don't.
Do they really hate Sean Farish that much? Again, just do what's best for business.
Yep.
Get out of your feelings. My God. We'll get to that. Also, our Veteran Spotlight continues this morning. That's coming up at 9:40 as we continue to honor the greatest generation of all time, World War II, courtesy of our friends at Window Nation. For all your window and door needs, visit windownation.com. All right, but before we get to all of that, including this female 4B movement that we have to talk about, and also, boy, a lot of issues with some females at Disney and ABC, from Rachel Zegler, who I like to call the woke Snow White, and Whoopi Goldberg. Big controversy regarding Whoopi, what she claimed happened versus what the rebuttal to that is. We'll get to that as well. But before all of that, let's get to the news. Round number 2 at 7:02, the great Dawn Stensland.
And good morning, Kayal and Company. News live this morning, Monday morning, November the 18th. We are in for some balmy weather today, 48 degrees right now. I'll tell you how warm it's going to get. We are sponsored this morning by Piazza Auto Group. So in the news, we talked about the investigation into those shootings involving 2 teenagers, 2 separate shootings. Not a lot of information on that. The 2 15-year-olds, a boy and a girl, totally separate shootings, hours apart just yesterday. Those are still under investigation. A lot of other news this morning, and that's because we have a triple threat, they're calling, because we have 3 Philadelphia unions representing SEPTA operators and all the municipal workers. They're all threatening to strike at the very same time.
Uh-oh.
So in this one, we've been updating this for you. They've been negotiating, but we have, first of all, AFSCME, District Council 33, so DC 33, Philadelphia's. This is the largest union representing thousands of blue-collar city staffers, and this has to do from your sanitation workers, in other words, your garbage collection, to those prison workers, to even library employees, as well as the school crossing guards. So it covers quite a large group of individuals. They voted to strike, but they've been at the negotiation table. We're following that one. And SEPTA has been in talks with the Transport Workers Union Local 234, as well as those Smart TD Local, those workers who are more like some of your suburban SEPTA employees. So this affects not just Philadelphia, but also some of your suburban SEPTA workers as well. So 3 big unions. They're holding these regular discussions. They've been in these contract talks, but 3 unions. I'm not hearing Mayor Parker speak about this. The concern is starting to grow here.
Yeah.
As it's now, these folks have been working, the vast majority working without a contract for quite some time.
How awful do you think public transit. I mean, if SEPTA strikes, what are the roadways going to be like? Are we going to be in like complete gridlock? For the individuals out there that take SEPTA but still have a vehicle, I mean, all of those people then start getting on the roadways, and those that don't have a vehicle, how do they then get to work? I mean, I would imagine Uber and Lyft, right? So now all of a sudden traffic becomes more unbearable?
What about tens of thousands of school children that don't have school buses?
Right.
So they can't get to school, and workers can't get to work in the city of Philadelphia, can't get to City Hall.
Right.
And then on top of it, your garbage. In the past, the big one that everybody notices immediately is that your garbage is sitting out there.
Yep.
And then the rats get into it, and the squirrels and the raccoons and whatever, and so it's a hot mess.
Unbelievable.
So
this would not be a good look for Sherelle Parker as she wraps up year one.
no. I mean, so we're just following that one for you. Another developing story that we've talked about is the recount update. The recount, as we broke that story this morning, the recount involving the hotly contested U.S. Senate race involving incumbent Senator Bob Casey Jr. and Senator-elect Dave McCormick, because by all accounts, everybody has called this race. So in this one, the recount update is some counties have started this. They must start it by Wednesday. That's the deadline that you have to have started it. In all of Philadelphia's, 57 different counties. I believe Philadelphia County, we've confirmed that one will start Wednesday or before, but should be done within 3 days. But I thought it was interesting that the Philadelphia Inquirer has a story this morning about Casey Jr. that, well, why is his case different than that of Trump questioning the election result and demanding recounts and so on in Pennsylvania? And they're saying, well, Casey is using the quote, and I'm quoting here, the system's legal channels to wait out vote tabulation and fight to have ballots count. So he's using the legal system and the court system, although the Philadelphia Inquirer does note that this doesn't seem like it's going to go his way. But they're saying he's doing it legally, even though Trump as well did try to, let us not forget, use the courts.
I saw two interesting headlines on Saturday. The Philadelphia Inquirer Saturday for a column. Bob Casey isn't conceding the U.S. Senate race, but he's not denying the integrity of the election results either. And then the Washington Post, of all places, with a strong column, an op-ed, Democrats thumb their nose at the rule of law in Pennsylvania. And the guy that wrote this says, elections need rules and they must be applied equally and consistently.
And I'll just point out that it's my belief, I have inferred from everything I've learned, that the reason they reached that legal threshold, the percentage, to even do the recount was because these counties initially, and we reported this last week, like Philadelphia, like Montgomery County, like Bucks County, they started to count those ballots that by all accounts you're not supposed to legally count them. So that's what I have inferred from all of the information and interviews that I've done. And so if true, then they were using essentially a pathway that's might be called a dirty trick to try to trigger the recount, when in fact, had they abided by the law of the land, that the Supreme Court of Pennsylvania may very well put the kibosh on this.
Well, yeah, that's exactly what my argument was late in the week last week. I have no issue that you want a recount and that you're trying to figure out just how close you were to see if there were mistakes. But your methodology and the way you're going about it by looking for votes that are illegal, that we should not be counting, and we went through the four different what was it? Unsigned, undated, wrong dates. No, those have to be discarded. I don't care what your party is. If you can't fill out the ballot properly, it is discarded. It should not count.
But Nick, they used those. What I'm saying is they used those to count to up the numbers. That's the allegation. And so that's I mean, by all accounts, a dirty trick, if you will. That's the accusation, and the allegation here is that you guys knew that this would be overturned, but you use this to even get the recount.
Right.
And now that you're here and you're counting, and so that goes, the question there goes to somebody like Al Schmidt, who is, he says he's a Republican and he's following the rule of law, but are there ways that the legislature needs to look at these laws and tighten them up so there are not any longer these loopholes? Because at the end of the day, and that's something Linda Kearns, when she's called in, right, what she says is, that this is concerning to all voters, Democrats and Republicans, because we don't want this to
Right.
happen. We want these laws to be ironclad so that people don't question that their vote matters.
This is also a bad look for Governor Josh Shapiro as
Yeah.
well, allowing this to happen
Yeah,
under
that's a
his
good
watch
point.
with his party.
That's such a good point. So we'll continue to follow it, and hopefully it wraps up. And, Linda, the great Linda Kearns, and she was texting us this morning and just letting us know that they have the proper amount of witnesses in play, that there are people, they've fully staffed this so that on both sides you do have individuals who are witnessing, you have the attorneys, and there's a ton of election, transparency and integrity involved here to make sure that they fight to protect the vote. So we have that one going on. I wanted to just lay this out here, and that is an update about something we talked about earlier this morning that we could have a look. First of all, the Sixers in Miami tonight with no Embiid or Maxey. The Flyers have been on a winning streak. Hopefully they continue that winning streak again tonight against the Avalanche. And as far as the update with a story that we've talked about, and Nick was talking about this earlier, and Greg was playing some of the audio about all of these different, Trump dances and all of that, the celebration. We talked about the Raiders PR team basically silencing Brock Bowers' media availability after he did his little Trump dance. But remember that we had talked about, Nick, you had talked about this, and Greg had played some audio with San Francisco 49ers star defensive end Nick Bosa.
Mm-hmm.
And before the election, he had run in during an interview that was live, and this was right before the election. He had a Make America Great Again hat. It was not a Trump hat. It was a Make America Great Again hat. He was fined the $11,255 for violating the NFL uniform and equipment rules. And Bosa he was quoted as saying it was well worth it.
Oh, yes. Yes, he has absolutely said that. The NFL's like, is there a rule for that? Like, where's the handbook at? Bill, get me the handbook. Code 3, Section 2, Subset 1. There we go. Yeah. Whack him. What's the max? 11 grand? 11 grand.
$11,255. The guy makes his extension is the contract extension. I looked it up. $170 million contract extension. I think he can afford $11,255.
$170 million, huh?
But I just find it's interesting that that they're saying that you're not allowed to either in writing or give a personal message. But his message was "Make America Great Again."
Well,
you're not allowed to say "Make America Great Again."
No, you're not, because the left implies things.
So I think he's just going to suck it up. But I would love him to appeal that and say, "Really, you're not allowed to say."
Well,
Make America Great Again?
What's going to happen when all these players start doing it? And there's so many of them. Are they going to find everybody? Eventually it's just going to become such a popular thing, and you're just going to have to accept it and deal with it, or else they're going to have a lot of players that are disgruntled. I could see it getting to the point where these players just don't care anymore. I really can, especially the ones that make a lot of money, like Bosa, you just said. I didn't know that, $170 million extension. But, if you're on a rookie contract, 11 grand means something to you. So
it's so true.
Yep.
Well, we are sponsored by Piazza Auto Group, piazzaautogroup.com, and the season of performance event is here and has arrived at Piazza Actor of Ardmore, Reading, Westchester. So you want to get ahead of this great event. Shop online today, piazzaautogroup.com. Thank you, Piazza Auto Group. Some incredible deals thanks to our friends at piazzaautogroup.com.
All right, Dawn, thank you very much. 855-839-1210. So we covered the Trump side of things, men, post-election, signs going up, athletes, alphas doing the MAGA Trump dance. Let's look at the other side. Let's look at the female side. I've got a story from the New York Times, and Politico also has a similar version of this. The New York Times with the headline, Men, Maybe Not. And this is in regards to this movement that began in South Korea. It's called the 4B movement. And I just want to read you two excerpts, one from the New York Times, one from the New York, and one from Politico. And then we're going to get to little old Snow White, Rachel Zegler, here in a minute. But the New York Times, Mary Solis writes the following. If you were looking for a single example of just how strange things were getting between men and women this election cycle, one political ad seemed to capture the mood perfectly. I believe Stalker actually played this on the cut sheet a while back, probably in October. It was an ad that was narrated by Julia Roberts. It featured a woman who was accompanied by her husband to the polls, but alone in the voting booth. As she considers her options, she catches another woman's knowing eye before privately filling in the Harris Walls bubble. He'll never know, their subtle nod to each other seems to say, and he'll never understand. Quote, did you make the right choice? The woman's husband asks when she emerges. Sure did, honey, she replies. Then she goes on to write further. In the last year alone, there has been an explosion of young women who say they are deleting dating apps whose market value has plummeted, female celebrities, among others, who have taken vows of celibacy or identify as, quote, self-partnered, divorce memoirs by older millennial and Gen X women expressing profound disillusionment with heterosexual marriage, and trends like Boy Sober, which preaches the virtues of decentering men to focus on self-improvement and platonic relationships. President-elect Donald Trump's decisive election victory last week seemed to turbocharge feelings of the unrest, at least amongst those who didn't vote for him, leading to a surge in interest in South Korea's 4B movement, which encourages women to reject dating, marrying, having sex, and children with men. Politico writes the following: is the 4B movement a vision for life without men in the next political protest sustainable? No sex, no dating, no babies, no marriage. How the 4B movement could change America. All right. There's going to be a lot of unhinged, unhealthy women out there that are going to have breakdowns, and I don't think this is sustainable. Dawn, you feel free to clobber me in the head at any moment if I say something out of line, completely sexist. But I actually believe...
You'd have a lot of bruises.
Yeah, I would. I would look like a battered husband, wouldn't I? Like, I believe that it works both ways. You know, men need women, women need men. We can all sit here, I'm done with chicks, and ladies can say, I'm done with men, those pigs, those B words. So, because eventually, when you settle down and you think about marriage and you think about children, you got to bring the opposite gender home to meet mom and dad, right? And you can't bring certain items home to meet mom and dad. You can't bring a website home or an app. Eventually, you bring that physical being next to you and you say, Mom, this is Chelsea. Dad, this is Bobby. We're in love, right? But I feel like this movement is out of spite, I think. Is that the best way to say it?
Yeah, it's out of spite. And by the way, you are correct. Both genders need each other, but men need women a lot more than women need men. I mean, that's just the facts. I get it. I understand. I understand what you're saying, but like, men really need women more than
especially men like you and I, because we're very inept in many departments. We can't assemble things. You know, we're terrible at that, right? But I want to play you this. This was if we've played you this clip before. Phil, this is K1. This is the woke Snow White. This clip is probably about a year old, but she's back in the headlines again post-election. This is Rachel Zegler when she went off about a year ago on the new Snow White that is now coming out in 2025, where she basically says we're redoing Snow White in the progressive era and she doesn't need a man. Listen and watch this.
1937. She's not going to be saved by the prince. She's not going to be saved by the prince, and she's not going to be dreaming about true love. She's dreaming about becoming the leader she knows she can be, and the leader that her late father told her that she could be if she was fearless, fair, brave, and true. The original cartoon came out in 1937, and very evidently so. There's a big focus on her love story with a guy who literally stalks her. Weird. So we didn't do that this time. I was scared of the original cartoon. I think I watched it once and then I never picked it up again. I watched it for the first time in probably 17 years. The cartoon was made 85 years ago, and therefore it's extremely dated when it comes to the ideas of women being in roles of power.
So that is the 23-year-old Rachel Zegler, who we played this for you about a year ago. That movie, The New Snow White, will be coming out this March in 2025. And she had a social media meltdown over Donald Trump winning the election, where she posted the following, and I think this was on Instagram. I find myself speechless in the midst of this. May Trump supporters and Trump voters and Trump himself never know peace. Another 4 years of hatred, leaning us towards a world I do not want to live in, leaning us towards a world that will be hard to raise my daughter in. By the way, she doesn't have a kid. She's not married. She doesn't have a daughter. So now there's a lot of pushback to that. And she had to issue a bunch of apologies saying, quote, I would like to sincerely apologize for the post-election post I shared on my Instagram last week that she wrote in a stories post on Friday after the election. I let my emotions get the best of me. Hatred and anger have caused us to move us further and further away from peace and understanding, and I am so sorry I contributed to the negative discourse. In a magnanimous gesture, she added that she believes everyone has the right to their opinion, even when it differs from my own. Quote, I am committed to contributing positively toward a better tomorrow. You know, I don't know, Dawn, if I was Disney and I'm paying Rachel Zegler a ton of money to put out a new rendition of Snow White, and I'm a company that has been labeled as super, super woke and anti-Trump, and everything that Disney has touched lately with their, progressive reboots of timeless classics as they try to put a left-wing slant on characters and themes and storylines of things that have been tremendous for over 100 years, they all crash and burn. They all bomb. And I don't need a 23-year-old with no kids, not married, has really zero responsibility, as Greg Stocker would say, has zero skin in the game, all of a sudden denigrating half of America. Because the last time I checked, Rachel, Trump supporters, you know what? They have disposable income. And what do you do when you have disposable income and you have a family at some point with your children from birth until 18? What's a bucket list item for many families? A trip to Disney World. Why would you want to alienate half of the country with your social media posts as a 23-year-old that doesn't know what it's like to be a real adult? These are the type of people out there that I just can't stand.
I think a lot of ways the Disney executives, and a lot of them are a lot like, well, they are Democrats, but they have the same mindset in that they misread where the country is going.
1,000%.
And now all of a sudden they look stupid. And I have in 20 minutes, I have probably the greatest clip you will ever see. People who literally called Trump Hitler now are bending the knee. I kid you not. I will play that in about 20 minutes. But I think that a lot of them misread this, and that's why they are.
Because they live in a bubble.
Exactly.
They live in a bubble.
Yeah.
Look, get over yourselves. First, number one, DJT. I mean, Trump won the popular vote. It's what is it? By the time we're still at 99% reporting, but closing in on 77 million people voting for Trump.
Right.
So this is a huge election, and I think that at the end of the day, when I look at these women that we've been showing over the past since Election Day, women saying, I'm going to shave my head, or crying over an app or whatever. What I see here, honestly, is that these individuals need help. No, I'm really serious.
I
they have
agree.
a mental health
yes.
crisis that has nothing to do with Trump. And so I'm glad that they're publicly revealing their own personal mental health crisis that's going on, and their family and friends need to rush to them and help them, because it has nothing to do with politics, has nothing to do with Trump. They need help.
Yes, I agree. I mean, she gives off AOC vibes. First of all, she looks like AOC.
I was just going to say that.
She kind of sounds like her, and it's the same rhetoric that you get from like Squad Dem females. I don't need men. I hate Trump. The world's going to burn.
And yet AOC has is married or engaged, and some say even maybe having a baby with Riley, her fiance or her life mate, whatever you want to say. So,
and he's a white guy, right?
Yeah, and I would say this, that should we not look at these narratives given out by Democrats saying that you're in danger, that MAGA Republicans, not just the candidates, but the MAGA supporters, they're a danger to democracy. Perhaps this is the impact that you have told people with a serious face that you think not only candidates but their supporters, like me, okay, that I'm somehow a danger to democracy or to you, and that's horrifying. And maybe we could ask the question: well, did you all and the media that carried that narrative, did you actually contribute now to a mental health crisis among, in particular, young women?
Yeah.
Shame on you.
Yeah, it's just laughable. I'm not even really angry at somebody like Rachel Zegler. She's young. She doesn't know any better. I was oblivious when I was 23 on politics as well. But man, you like from a bottom line business standpoint, you've got a movie coming out in 5 months. Why are you trying to shoot yourself in the foot? You're not paid for political commentary. Just shut up already. She was getting roasted late last week, and rightfully so, by a lot of people that said stuff far worse than I'm saying. I'm not going to sit here and say some of the things that others said, but I will share it, and I'll pass it along. Megyn Kelly called her a pig.
Aw.
Called her a pig.
Look, I just think that these people got played. They bought into all of this stuff.
It's just enough with the hysteria. And the worst part is, and she's probably too young to realize it because she was 15 when he got elected. It's like, Rachel, you already lived through a Trump presidency once. It was your high school years, probably, if you were still in high school and not working full-time as an actress as a teenager. How bad was your life?
They've been manipulated. Look at, some of these people are having mental breakdowns, and it's not funny and it's not good. And then they should look at Joe Biden welcoming Trump to the White House last week, all smiles and happy. Everything's good. Welcome back to the White House. This was all just like a Madison Square Garden pregame event where they were just talking tough.
Mm-hmm.
They didn't mean it. Biden didn't mean it. None of the Democrats did. And so for these young people who now suffer, I think some of these people genuinely are having a mental health breakdown.
Yeah. 855-839-1210 if you want to jump in. But first, a word from my friends at DuckDuckGo, because we're all tired of the big search engines out there, right? Google, Yahoo, Bing, Microsoft. We don't trust them. They suppress search results. They spy on you. It's just awful. And that's why I'm so proud to partner with DuckDuckGo again. The best search engine going, and they are local. And now they're taking your online privacy and security to the next level, which is why I have subscribed to Privacy Pro from DuckDuckGo, and I would encourage you to do the same. This 3-in-1 privacy service is going to give you a secure VPN anytime, anywhere. We're all on the go. Sometimes you're working from the office. Sometimes you're working from home. Sometimes at a coffee shop or a restaurant. You're going to want that secure VPN anywhere you go. Then, of course, we have identity theft restoration. We don't want anybody stealing bank information, social security numbers, all of the important details that make you unbelievably you. We will be able to restore your identity in the event that this occurs. And then, of course, personal information removal. Get it all off the internet so the hackers, the scammers, and the con artists out there cannot compromise your identity. Take advantage of this offer now. Just go to duckduckgo.com/1210 for a free 7-day trial offer. That's duckduckgo.com/1210. After that, you're going to want to stay aboard. It's just $9.99 per month. Duckduckgo.com. Use the code 1210.
Are you worried about the state of the economy? Concerned about market crashes and rising inflation wiping out your savings? At Noble Gold Investments, we understand your fears and have a solution. Call us today at 1-888-403-1050. Imagine safeguarding you and your family with a tangible asset that has stood the test of time. Gold. With Noble Gold Investments, you can diversify your portfolio and protect your wealth from economic turmoil. Our team will guide you through the process, ensuring you make informed decisions that best suit your needs. Call Noble Gold Investments today at 1-888-403-1050. That's 1-888-403-1050. The future is uncertain. Take control now. Call 1-888-403-1050.
Past performance may not be indicative of future results. Investing in precious metals, including gold, involves risks. Consult with your tax attorney or financial professional before making an investment decision.
Prescription products require completion of an online consultation with an independent healthcare provider and
and are only available if prescribed. Subscription required. Additional restrictions apply. See website for more details and safety information.
Did you know millions of people are getting prescription medications for weight loss, sexual health, better sleep, and more, all online? RexMD.com has made getting these medications fast and easy, with free delivery of the most popular medications right to your door. Just fill out a brief survey, and if appropriate, we'll prescribe and ship clinically proven options to help with issues like weight loss.
I've lost 45 pounds so far. It's nice to get back into clothes that I haven't been able to wear for a long time.
We can also help with insomnia.
I slept through the whole night. It made me feel very well rested and ready to go for the day.
And RexMD can improve your sexual health.
I felt like a young man again. My wife is happier. I am definitely much happier.
At RexMD.com, we've made the process fast, easy, and affordable. Visit RexMD.com right now to get started. That's REXMD.com.
This is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. Do you know when the best time to buy investment properties is? It's now. It's always now. You just need to learn how to buy them correctly. Go to investorschooling.com and sign up for a complimentary class this Thursday night and learn how to buy investment properties and make money every time. That's right. That's what we teach. We teach how to buy investment properties and make money every time. Go to investorschooling.com and RSVP right now. Take a class this Thursday night at 7 o'clock. That's investorschooling.com. This is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. Don't go through life ignorant about how to become a millionaire. Learn how to invest in real estate, the stock market, precious metals, and learn from an expert. At Investor Schooling, we teach these things and more. We only provide education, and we will teach you how to leverage real estate, how to leverage the stock market, and how to leverage precious metals to make more money than you've ever made before. Go to investorschooling.com and take a complimentary class this Thursday. We will see you there. investorschooling.com. That's investorschooling.com.
Got a shopping list a mile long but need to charge your EV? No problem. Now you can fill up your cart and your battery at the same time. With a convenient network of Shell recharge stations at some of your favorite shopping spots, you can get everything done in one trip. Shop for groceries, clothes, and more while your EV charges up. And never miss a beat. Shell Recharge. Download the Shell app today to find the nearest Shell Recharge location. For more information on locations and how Shell measures reliability, visit shell.us/Shell Recharge.
Hey girl, it's your new night guy, Jimmy Fallon in the house from 7 to 10 p.m. on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and free on the Odyssey app. It burns his old droopy nuts.
Exactly, Jimmy. Exactly. It's Kayal and Company, 7:32. It's a Monday morning. Nick, Dawn, and Greg cut you right around the corner. Literally. Wrapped around the block behind 24th and Market. It's coming up. 855-839-1210. But before that, all of your phone calls, as a lot of people want to jump in on the female boycott, so to speak, of men in light of Trump's victory, and also how the NFL and a lot of the sports world out there embracing the mainstream MAGA movement. We'll get through all of your calls here. Let me start right at the top. We'll go back to a lot of the sports Trump dancing impersonations conversation. Neil is in Dover, and he has some thoughts. Neil, good morning. How are you?
Hi, good morning. First of all, I used to live in Jersey, and I live in Dover now for 2 years, and I'm still able to get this station, and I'm so happy.
Great.
Because you guys are the best station in the morning. So
Thank you, Neil.
I love Rich, but I love you. You do a fantastic job. So
I appreciate that.
Anyway, I stopped watching NFL for a while because when Boza couldn't wear a mega hat, but at the back end of their helmets, they're allowed to put Black Lives Matter, all these social commentaries on the back of that helmet, but that was okay.
That's right. Yep.
And I don't think that doesn't make sense.
Yeah, to me, the hypocrisy of this with the NFL is whether it's on the back of the helmet, you can have these personalized social justice messages. We've got end zones that have political and social justice messages. Yet Nick Bosa goes up on Sunday Night Football behind a live reporter wearing the MAGA hat, and he's whacked for $11,000. By the way, that's post-game. So it's not like he was wearing that on the field and making a political statement during the course of the game.
That's a good point.
Right?
Yeah, you guys, hey, keep up the good work.
Thanks, Neil.
I enjoy calling in every once in a while. Thank you.
All right. Well, you're welcome anytime, Neil. Neil and Dover. There you go.
Signal loud and clear in Dover, Delaware.
About that.
Nice. Good.
All right. Let's get to some of the people that want to weigh in on the Snow White female commentary. And we start with our buddy Ted. He's in Swarthmore. He's up next on Talk Radio 1210. Hello, Ted.
Hey, good morning, guys. How you doing today? It's a wonderful day in this world.
Yes.
Hey, as far as the women, I thought that, Roe v. Wade was on the ballot and people were going to die, yet they figured out all they have to do is stop having sex and they won't need an abortion. That's interesting how that works.
Oh, my God.
Just totally interesting.
Yeah, and there's a lot of ways to look at it, Ted. I mean, on the state level and in, primaries and non-presidential elections, it is blown up in the face of Republicans. I think it'll be interesting to see moving forward if that continues or if Trump's an outlier, right? Maybe it was just because this is a presidential election, the economy, the border, things like that. But when we get to 2026 in some of these smaller races, so to speak, I'll be interested to see how much that plays out at a not a grassroots level, but a state level or at a local level.
Yeah, and it's just one more complaint of something that they're making up. You know what? I just say it over and over again. Just wait. They'll change their mind real soon.
Well, I think really what the Democrats need to do is, honestly, they need to pivot away from all of this far left stuff. Because if you look at any of the polls out there, who subscribes to this policy and how many people actually believe biological men should be competing in sports with females, it is such a fringe percentage of Americans. You're not in a country right now this divided where you hear so many people saying, I just want common sense policies. You're not going to win on all of this absurd nonsense that only 9% of Americans subscribe to. Like, I think Republicans found out the hard way 3 years ago that you're not going to win on the culture wars, right? Like, we saw DeSantis and guys like Glenn Youngkin have success a few years ago. And then after that anticipated red wave never materialized. And I think Democrats were like, okay, we just keep riding this out. We keep riding this out. I think they realized it's not a winning formula for sustainability moving forward, right?
Politics is cyclical, guys.
It really is.
It's just the pendulum swings, and whenever the pendulum goes too far in one direction, the electorate brings it back. In 1991, 1992, the electorate felt like the religious right was taking over too much of the country, so they brought in Bill Clinton. It's an ever-evolving thing that swings back and forth. So if the question is, have the Democrats learned a lesson? No, they haven't learned a lesson. They're going to keep going down this road. It's just that the electorate told them, hey, pump the brakes a little bit on all your nutty crap, and let's get back to some reasonable discussions.
Yeah.
And so to sit here and say, well, is this a trend? Is this no, we don't know what 4 years is going to bring. Good God, nobody knows what 4 years is going to bring.
The best chance, I think, 4 years from now from Democrats to beat, presumably, let's say it's J.D. Vance. And by the way, it's not like, Trump and J.D. Vance are some like right-wing platform with far-right policies. They're very common sense policies. I would argue they're probably, a little bit closer to moderate than they are conservative. The best chance the Democrats have will be to trot out their own sort of common sense moderate candidate with policies, right? Whether that's Shapiro, whether that's Fetterman, whether that's Andy Beshear, the governor of Kentucky, if they think they're going to roll out Gavin Newsom and all the left-wing Looney Tunes stuff from the West Coast, they're probably going to stare the same defeat in their face unless, for some reason, Trump's an unmitigated disaster, which I don't anticipate that happening. Jason is in Mount Holly. He's up next. Jason, you're on Talk Radio 1210.
Hey, good morning, guys. How you doing?
Good.
Good. There are a couple of things. Yesterday, I was in a shop right in Mount Laurel, and I ran across a lady, and she saw me with my MAGA hat on, and she went ballistic on me, and I noticed she had a shaved head. And I realized when I looked down at her wrist, she had one of those blue bracelets on. So she started saying, oh, you should be,
Like a medical bracelet?
No, it was like a blue bracelet that I guess they're identifying themselves as.
Blue Sky is the new social media app that a lot of Democrats have.
I saw that
fled to. So
Okay.
I don't know if it has something to do with that.
Okay.
But yeah.
And that's is that an alternative to X?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
I've seen actually some people that I know that I like that I get along with in sports.
Did you not let him finish his story?
What's that? No, I'm just trying to stay on the clock here.
All right,
Trying to stay up to speed here.
I get you.
Yeah.
I was interested to hear what he had to say, though.
I'm sorry about that. Who was that? Jason? Mount Holly? I'm sorry, Jason. I zapped you too quickly. But I've seen a lot of people with these. They're now advertising that they're going to the what is it called? Blue what?
Blue Sky.
Blue Sky.
I think so. I think
No,
that's how.
I'm looking it up. It's the blue bracelet movement.
Oh, okay.
I thought he meant because some of the medical bracelets for mental hospitals are blue. So that's what I thought he was when you said what blue bracelet.
And so to your point with the bracelet, Dawn, blue whatever bracelets. And what does that signify? What are you telling people?
That their white women are feeling betrayed by their peers, the other women who voted for Trump. And so it's called the Blue Bracelet Movement. I'm looking at a Glamour magazine because I know you guys read Glamour magazine.
We do.
I check it out every time I'm in the grocery store.
They're saying wear a blue bracelet to show that this is your way of protesting.
So does this replace like the purple hair dye or the glasses, or does this replace like wearing a mask in public in 2020? Is this like a sign of virtue signaling? That's the feeling I get. That's the vibe I'm feeling right now. Very interesting. Blue bracelet. All right. Well, whatever you got to do. Knock yourself out.
I don't understand what it. Whatever.
These people.
It's on TikTok. It's on social media.
Yeah. Well, I can guarantee I will never be on Blue Sky or any of these other apps. I'm a one app kind of guy. 855-839-1210, the phone number. We'll come back, see what Stalker has lined up for a Monday edition of the Cut Sheet. Always my favorite because we have 3 days worth of audio to pull from, including some of the talking head shows of the weekend. And we'll do that when we come back. It's Kayal and Company on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
But we have to talk about our visit to paradise. I want you to come away with me to Italy. Yes, this is a gastronomical tour that we're going to take with our friends at Conservative Tours, the best tour operator in all of Italy. As you know, A+ rating with the Better Business Bureau. I'm talking about Portofino and Rapallo, Santa Margherita Ligure, Tuscany. Oh, beautiful Tuscany. And the brilliant Cinque Terre. $53.78. Yes, that includes your airfare, dining events galore at the wineries in Tuscany, even an authentic farm visit to see Parmesan cheese being crafted by hand. Just call toll-free 888-733-9494. You can go to conservativetours.com. Scroll down, you see the my picture and name and full itinerary of just some of the places that we'll visit, like the hidden Italian villages you've never seen in person before, like Giacomo Puccini, San Gimignano, the Leaning Tower of Pisa, Florence, and Milan, and then concluding on the Lakes region with Bellagio, Orta, and Isola Bella. Join me next spring in Italy. I'll see you in Cinque Terre. ConservativeTours.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have Leaf Filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/gutter to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/gutter for your free gutter inspection today. See representative for warranty details. Promotion is 20% off plus a 10% senior or military discount. One discount per household.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. One of the biggest, healthiest sales of the year is back again.
Rescue Natural Supplements Black Friday sale is here. Right now, Rescue is slashing prices on every supplement with discounts up to an incredible 80% off. Rescue has a wide variety of products to address your health needs, including immunity and cholesterol support, heart health, and natural energy enhancers. Grab huge savings on omega-3s, probiotics, and a lot more. And one more thing, this Rescue Black Friday sale will run the entire month of November. So shop today at res-q.com, res-q.com, or call a Rescue product consultant at 800-26-ALIVE, 800-262-5483. Again, all Rescue supplements are up to 80% off during the entire month of November, so why wait? Shop massive savings on essential supplements right now at res-q.com. Do it today.
This is an ad by BetterHelp. What comes to mind when you hear the word gratitude? Maybe it's a daily practice, or maybe it feels hard to be grateful right now. Don't forget to give yourself some thanks by investing in your well-being. BetterHelp is the largest online therapy provider in the world, connecting you to qualified professionals via phone, video, or message chat. Let the gratitude flow. Visit BetterHelp.com/healthieryou today to get 10% off your first month. That's BetterHelp, HELP.com/healthieryou.
This Thanksgiving at Total Wine & More, find bourbons and Cabernets that you adore. Our helpful guides are so friendly and nice, so many bottles to try at the lowest price. So gather with friends as you sit down to eat, grateful for all who made Thanksgiving complete.
With curbside pickup available and the lowest prices for over 30 years, you'll always find what you love and love what you find. Only at Total Wine & More.
Drink responsibly, B21.
As a business owner, you wear a lot of hats. One minute you're ordering today's inventory, and the next you're planning tomorrow's expansion. It's complicated, but your business credit card should be simple. With the Signify Business Cash Card by Wells Fargo, you earn unlimited 2% cash rewards on purchases for your business, with no caps or categories to track. Signify Business Cash, the deliberately simple business credit card. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/signify. Terms apply.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Last year, more clients hired Morgan & Morgan than ever before. We now have more offices, more staff, and more lawyers than any other injury firm in the world, protecting America, fighting for you.
Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
It's a great month to get a luxurious new Volvo from Cherry Hill Volvo. You'll be thankful because there's so many fabulous offers to take advantage of. Lease an all-wheel drive XC90 for as low as $687 per month using all applicable rebates. Costco members save even more, up to $2,000 in additional rebates. See store for details. Customers enjoy the stress-free and satisfactory experience Cherry Hill Volvo provides. Cherry Hill Volvo, where relationships really do matter.
Hey, Dawn here. When it comes to your home, trust is everything. For 45 years, Kitchen Magic has built a reputation for transforming kitchens with precision and care. From custom cabinets to countertops, backsplashes, in just a few days, your dream kitchen becomes a reality without all the hassle. Trust the name your neighbors have relied on for decades. Kitchen Magic. Get your free in-home consultation at kitchenmagic.com. Kitchenmagic.com. Let's cook up something extraordinary. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Be sure to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
It is Kayal and Company. Yeah, baby. Nick, Dawn, and Greg on this Monday morning here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Get us on the free Odyssey app. Get on over to YouTube because we've got all the video to accompany the audio on a Monday morning edition of what Greg Stocker has found for What's on the Cut Sheet.
What's on the Cut Sheet?
What's on the Cut Gratitude on this Monday, brought to you by Cherry Hill Volvo. Right now, lease an all-wheel drive XC90 for as low as $687 per month. Using all applicable rebates. See store for details. Relationships really do matter at Cherry Hill Volvo. Check them out on Route 70 in Cherry Hill Volvo, where relationships matter. All right, this is very interesting to me because Morning Joe Scarborough, Mika Brzezinski spent 4 years telling us about how Donald Trump was a threat to democracy. Mika wore black on the day after the election. She was going on every show that would have her, talking about all these women that died from. I mean, like literally, Handmaid's Tale was going to happen if Trump was elected. Well, this morning, as we were gabbing it up here, they disclosed that they went to Mar-a-Lago to throw out an olive branch to Donald Trump.
Wait, they visited Hitler?
Oh, they visited Hitler. Let me just say this. Everybody knows this, but I say this all the time. I don't care what side of the aisle they're on either, by the way. They're all phonies. Stop believing them. They're all phonies. Morning Joe and Mika. Oh, we went to Mar-a-Lago. Yeah, I feel for them too. I feel for him. Yeah. All right, play a little bit of this until my guts hurt. And I'm gonna vomit from these two elitist D-bags.
By several of President-elect Trump's cabinet selections, and they are scared. Last Thursday, we expressed our own concerns on this broadcast and even said we would appreciate the opportunity to speak with the president-elect himself.
That's unbelievable.
On Friday, we were given the opportunity to do just that. Joe and I went to Mar-a-Lago to meet personally with President-elect Trump. It was the first time we have seen him in 7 years.
Now, we talked about a lot of issues, including abortion, mass deportation, threats of political retribution against political opponents, and media outlets. We talked about that a good bit. And it's going to come as no surprise to anybody who watches this show, has watched it over the past year or over the past decade, that we didn't see eye to eye on a lot of issues, and we told him so.
What we did agree on was to restart communications. My father often spoke with world leaders with whom he and the United States profoundly disagreed. That's a task shared by reporters and commentators alike. We had not spoken to President Trump since March of 2020, other than a personal call Joe made to Trump on the morning after the attempt on his life in Butler, Pennsylvania. In this meeting, President Trump was cheerful, he was upbeat, he seemed interested in finding common ground with Democrats on some of the most divisive issues. And for those asking why we would go speak to the president-elect during such fraught times, especially between us, I guess I would ask back, why wouldn't we? 5 years of political warfare has deeply divided Washington and the country. We have been as clear as we know how in expressing our deep concerns about President Trump's actions and words in the coarsening of public debate. But for nearly 80 million Americans, election denialism, public trials, and January 6th were not as important as the issues that moved them to send Donald Trump back to the White House.
Are you saying you're an out-of-touch elitist?
Yep. Joe and I realize it's time to do something different. And that starts with not only talking about Donald Trump, but also talking with him.
Oh, man.
I mean, where do you begin? I guess I'll start with the reopening the lines of communication. I'd like to know what those lines are. Is it a text relationship? Are you guys going to FaceTime once a week? I mean, how do we, are you going to shoot an email? Maybe a DM on social media? That's what I would like to know. But they are just two uninteresting, unlikable hacks. And I, honest to God, and I don't say this because I disagree with them politically, I don't understand the desire to tune in and watch a husband and a wife do a show. I mean, with all due respect,
that's what you take from this.
It's like they're having it's like they're sitting at the dinner table. Why don't they just balance their budget and their checkbook while they're at it?
Well,
I don't get the format. I mean, I'd rather them be on prompter and reading scripted as opposed to ad-libbing. But it's just like and by the way, let's give Trump credit here. Again, I've said this for about 2 weeks now. I would find it very difficult for me personally to sit down with somebody, shake somebody's hand like he did Joe Biden last week, or welcome those two thieves into my property.
And think about this.
But their rhetoric led to people shooting at my head.
But think about this. These two, and this is before they were married, when at least one of them was still married to their other spouse, because they didn't begin as a married couple in their show, let us not forget. But these two, reportedly on the dime and generosity of Trump, they were buddies to him. They sucked up to him.
They did. Donald,
right?
Joe Scarborough here. How you doing? Hi, Donald. We have the voicemails.
Yeah, and they would go to Mar-a-Lago, and he would feed them and put them up in this beautiful exclusive place. They said they were friends of his, and then they give him the shiv, stab him in the back all of these years. And now they realize what's going on.
Yep.
All for political expedience.
Yep.
What this shows is, and to Nick's point, I mean, what this shows first and foremost is that President Trump realizes like they got to kiss his ring. That's what this is. They are kneeling down. They're on their little pathetic knees, and they're kissing his keister and they're kissing his ring. But what Trump gets about this is he knows the game, and that's why he can stay in the game. He knows that when Biden was, saying all this MAGA stuff, and it was ridiculous, it was all just part of the game. And what we, the people, need to realize is that it's all a game to them. They're not sincere.
Yeah, but that's fine, and I get it. I understand the way these politicians operate. I get the way the media operates, but I mean, we have to draw a line where you can't be calling a guy Hitler to the point, and it's twofold. It's bad enough that they resorted to that level of rhetoric, and then it leads to the crazies out there, the 1% to 5% on both sides of the political aisle that take all of this way too far and resort to violence. So, Trump's a better person than I am then. I can't believe I'm saying that, but I would ghost. If Mika or Joe called me, I would hit decline so fast their head would spin.
I would say this, that he's not doing that because and that's part of the reason. That's part of the reason he's the king of this, because of his background in the hotel industry and what was he, look at his friendship with Dana White. He gets it, the pregame psychological warfare that everybody, I'm bigger and I'm going to knock you out in a punch. Blah, blah. That's all this was. Mm-hmm. It was all just silly pregame rhetoric. Trump got that, and that's why he's saying, kneel down, kiss my ring now.
Let me ask you guys a question. Doesn't it do them a disservice to their audience to even have this conversation? I mean, look, you're the opposition channel now. Like, embrace that. I don't understand this thing where they're going on their network that, granted, not many people watch MSNBC, but they still have okay numbers. I mean, they're beating CNN.
Yeah.
And their numbers are only going to increase over the next 4 years. Why even go down this road? Just be the opposition party.
Yeah, and I'm glad you brought up their numbers too, because there's been a lot of coverage on how their audience has disappeared by 25 to 50% post-election. That's the industry. I was going to say, it better than I do, but this has got to be like the holiday post-mortem. They'll be back by January, right?
I think that we talked about this before, and this is the financial news has been talking about the fact that Comcast, I think, was waiting for after the election. Yep. I think Comcast this is not a winning investment. And they probably are sucking up because maybe, I don't know, do they think that they're going to get a job in the Trump administration or something? I have no idea.
So that's interesting. So they're
desperate.
Yeah, which is a true story that Comcast is apparently shopping MSNBC.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
So But there's a difference between ratings and revenue. So their ratings are down, and their ratings, even when they're good, are still not beating Fox.
They make money, though.
But I was going to say, with all the revenue with Big Pharma and these big these woke corporations, why would they spin it off and sell it if they're making good money on the product?
Because it's too much. I think it would actually help MSNBC to get rid of the NBC moniker, to be honest with you.
But right now they're not going to get rid of the NBC NBC News. It's just the fringy cable stuff. They want to have they're divorcing them. They're dumping them.
So they're separating NBC News from MSNBC.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. As well they should. I mean, it's just.
But it's Oxygen.
It's
kind
of the same thing, aren't they?
Stuff. And I think in part of it, they don't want to deal with the drama of it, the lawsuits. They don't want to deal with it. It's just because they have to deal with all of the drama. They have to deal with all the fallout, and I think they just don't want to deal with it.
Why don't you just?
I really just think it's just.
Why don't you just be a centrist? Why don't you just be a centrist news channel? Right? Call it down the middle. Call balls and strikes. Rip the left, rip the right. Praise the right, praise the left. When somebody gets something right, get it right. You talk about it. When somebody's full of crap, call them out. It seems to me with this past election, granted it went in favor of Trump, but America is looking for just common sense, solutions.
Absolutely.
You would think there's a demand for that in news television, no?
I think that the straight network shows they still have a cash cow in that. But I think that for any of the cable, I think even CNBC is in trouble. But MSNBC for sure, and the Oprah Oxygen Network, they're looking to dump them. No question in my mind.
The counting is going on right now, right, Dawn? The counting, the recounting.
Yes.
Okay. For Bob Casey and Dave McCormick. John Fetterman was on with Jake Tapper over the weekend. I'm starting with cut 8 here, Phil, where he discussed the counting of the Senate ballots, the recounting of the Senate ballots. Play cut 8, Phil.
Your colleague, Senator Bob Casey, who was up for re-election, there's a Commonwealth-mandated recount going on right now because it was so close. He's trailing by 18,000 votes behind Dave McCormick. Democratic officials in at least one key county, Bucks County, voted to count about 115 provisional ballots that are missing a signature, despite the Pennsylvania Supreme Court previously ruling that those are invalid. I want you to take a listen to how one Democratic Bucks County commissioner justified her actions.
I think we all know that precedent by a court doesn't matter anymore in this country, and people violate laws anytime they want. So for me, if I violate this law, it's because I want a court to pay attention to it.
So the Washington Post editorial board called that, quote, corrosive to democracy, unquote, and said, quote, county officials do not get to decide whether a legal requirement is material and must be followed. Courts do, and they have spoken clearly, unquote. What's your take? What's your response to that Democratic official deliberately announcing that they're going to defy court orders and count these provisional ballots?
Well, again, I'm not going to chase every kinds of quotes, things like that, because I think you just pointed out that it refers to about 115 ballots, and that's not going to have an impact on this race at this point. So where we are now? It's very, very close. And I guarantee you, if Dave McCormick were in the opposite situation where he was down 15 to 17,000 votes, he would absolutely want to have every last vote counted as well, too. And Bob Casey has never claimed fraud. And I think it's really interesting now, all of the Republicans and the conservative people on Twitter aren't talking about, oh, they're cheating, they're having all kinds of a thing after Trump won. No one's claiming that there's any kinds of actual cheating on our side. Calling and counting every vote, and that's where we're at, and that's the law. And when it's finished, and if Bob Casey comes up short, I can almost guarantee you that he's going to do the right thing and concede at that. So that's the thing. But my point, no one's making an argument that there's any kinds of cheating or a thing on our side. It's like, hey, we're going to count every last vote.
So a lot to unpack there. I'll start with this. We're going to get into Fetterman a little bit deeper at 9 o'clock if we have time this morning, because Fetterman says that the Democrats need to stop freaking out over everything Trump does. Politico's got a story out whether or not the Democrat Party should be listening to Fetterman. I can't believe it, but it's like Fetterman, if he ever has a moment behind closed doors, he's got to be exhausted. I mean, that guy is doing cleanup for his party constantly. He's always on these different media outlets. I'm glad that they brought up that Washington Post column from Saturday, because that was what I referenced earlier in the show. Although I think Fetterman misunderstood Tapper there. I think Tapper said they're looking at 115,000 ballots. Fetterman said 15 to 17,000. So somebody's off by 100,000 votes here, or ballots. So I'm not sure what the actual number is.
Tapper referring to the total, if you looked at all the provisionals and everything. And I think Fetterman was looking at the number that he needed to get. Mm-hmm. And that's just it. That by all accounts, Democrats and Republicans, they're saying there's no way, if you look at the votes and the way this is going, that Casey Jr. is going to make up that amount of votes to then beat Dave McCormick. But the issue at hand, I feel, is that my understanding of this, by all accounts, is that the reason that these Democrat commissioners in various collar counties, and including here in Philadelphia, the very reason that they began to knowingly count illegal ballots was to beef up those numbers. Because remember, I kept reporting all week that this is the number, because I was watching that margin very carefully, as everybody was watching it, to see at what point would that recount legally get triggered. So they needed some votes. They needed to find something to trigger that. So this is the appearance of it, is that they went in there and they said, we're going to count these votes that we know are illegal. At the end of the day, will be thrown out by the Supreme Court in Pennsylvania. And there are hearings, as I've reported earlier this morning, hearings at 1 o'clock today. There's another hearing tomorrow. Hearings all over, as far as the state level, as far as Philadelphia and the surrounding counties. So there's a lot of legal action by the RNC lawyers. But my understanding is they purposely counted illegal ballots so that they knew that would punch up the number, beef up the number, to then trigger a recount.
Right. That's correct.
And so is that a dirty trick?
Yes.
Is that an attempt to, quote unquote, do something illegal? I would argue that if a Supreme Court has said such action is illegal,
right,
and you decide to do it anyway, you've done something illegal.
That's right. There's multiple layers of illegalities going on here. It's like you do this illegally to trigger this, and then you're trying to do this, which is illegal, and then you're ignoring law and precedent on top of it. I don't know what the end game is here, because we're going to get to Thanksgiving or the 1st of December, and then what? We realize, McCormick still won?
No. The deadline is by this recount that's underway. Well, no, it must, every county in Pennsylvania must have begun their recount by this Wednesday at noon.
Take up until the 28th, you said, right?
No, it has to be done. The counting must be done by noon on the 26th. They must announce by noon of the 27th. We're looking at next week.
I think one of the issues, too, is that that Bucks County official there, Margulies or whatever her name is, basically said that she knows it's illegal, but they're going to do it anyway.
I know.
I mean,
I'm going to do what I want to do. I'm going to break the law if I want to.
That is next Wednesday, by the way, so it'll be the day before Thanksgiving.
Yeah.
Fetterperson also said that
Fetterperson.
Yeah, that's a Zeoliism. Also said that Musk helped move the needle for Trump in Pennsylvania. This is cut 20, Phil, go.
Or, random kinds of appointments.
Just before the election, you predicted on this show that the results would be close, but that Kamala Harris and the Democrats would ultimately carry Pennsylvania. That obviously did not happen. You won in Pennsylvania by appealing to not only people in the urban centers like Philly or Pittsburgh, but appealing to blue-collar workers in red counties who voted for Trump this time around. Is the Democratic Party still the party of the working class?
Well, of course, but I described a situation, and now I've already claimed that it's going to be incredibly close, and I've also claimed that Trump is the strongest that he's been in the 3 cycles there. And now things that were really unique that happened. The assassination attempt, that was in Butler. That's 45 minutes from where we're sitting right now. And then Musk. Musk is not just a typical kind of a surrogate. We're all in that business. We have surrogates, we have endorsements, and many of them often don't really matter much. But now Musk made himself really active, and EU is described as moving to Pennsylvania. And I do believe that helped move the needle in that too. So Trump came in the strongest position, and he carried Pennsylvania and carried all of the swing states. So that's what's reflected, that he came in a strong position. That there's going to be a lot of hot takes. There were a lot of hot takes before this election, but it's undeniable. Here we are now because of a lot of the decisions that were made before the election.
So I'm going to give you a hot take, Mr. Fetterman, and maybe Mr. Fetterman will like hearing this. But we've talked about party realignment, how Republicans are now the working class, common folk, middle America. The Democrats are the fringe, progressive, Harvard, Ivy League, coastal elitists. Let me just say this right now. I'm going to go on record. I believe, and I'm not calling this that it will happen, but there will be strong consideration and many conversations. I do not believe Gavin Newsom will be the future of the Democrat Party. Coastal elitist, has failed in California. Josh Shapiro, even though some say more of a moderate from a policy standpoint, Josh Shapiro still gives off kind of, in my opinion, swarmy elitist vibes. Not like Gavin Newsom feels like a used car salesman skunk. But Shapiro to a lesser degree. There will be strong talk about making Fetterman the face of the Democrat Party because they believe John Fetterman, with the look, the Braddock PA thing, I'm telling you, I really do believe they will consider it and they will pontificate behind closed doors. They'll have to ask themselves this question, and they'll have to answer it. Does John Fetterman give the Democrat Party the best chance to win in 2028? And there might be an argument for that.
There's a lot of talk over the weekend, a lot of articles being written about RFK Jr. and his crusade, as the New York Times put it on Saturday, his crusade against big food, quote, could alienate Republican allies, is what the headline was in the New York Times over the weekend. I just want to, because there's a lot of discussions about this, and I want to get into what Bill Maher said. Also, the ingredient labels. There's big discussions about Fruit Loops, right? And the Fruit Loops ingredients in Canada as opposed to what's happening in the United States. Yeah. So the New York Times on Saturday has this huge article about RFK Jr. I just want to point something out to you that I think is hysterical. It says, Mr. Kennedy has singled out Fruit Loops as an example of a product with too many artificial ingredients, questioning why the Canadian version has fewer than the U.S. version. But he was wrong, okay? That's what it says in the New York Times. He was wrong. The ingredients lists are roughly the same, although Canada has natural colorings made from blueberries and carrots, while the U.S. product contains red dye 40, yellow number 5, and blue 1.
Which means they're different.
As well as butylated hydroxychloroquine, BHT, a lab-made chemical that is used for freshness, according to the ingredient label. So they went out of their way to make a correction and say, well, the ingredient lists are such the same, except there's formaldehyde and all of this in the U.S.
Yep.
It is unbelievable.
Yep. That's all they do. That is all they do. The bottom line is you can slice it and dice it any which way you want it. These other nations are living healthier because they have less crap in their food. I don't care I think Kennedy said something last week. It's like Fruit Loops has 19 ingredients and Canada and Fruit Loops has 3. I don't care if it's 3 to 19 or 10 to 11. But Dawn just said, it's got a bunch of crap in it. That's all that matters.
This is cut 14, Phil, if you can grab this. Europe has the same food products as the U.S. We know that. But the ingredients are dramatically different. And here's them talking about this. This is cut 14.
This is McDonald's French fries. I would like to argue that probably nobody in this room has not had a McDonald's French fries, by the way. Nobody raised their hand during the staff meeting earlier today. In the U.S., there's 11 ingredients. In the U.K., there's 3, and salt is optional. An ingredient called dimethylpolysiloxane is an ingredient preserved with formaldehyde, a neurotoxin, in the U.S. version.
Oh, my God.
This is used as a foaming agent, so they don't have to replace the oil that often, making McDonald's more money here in the United States. But they don't do that across the pond. This is Skittles. Notice the long list of ingredient differences.
Look at that.
10 artificial dyes in the U.S. version and titanium dioxide. This ingredient is banned in Europe because it can cause DNA damage. Artificial dyes are made from petroleum, and products containing these dyes require a warning label in Europe that states it may cause adverse effects on activity and detention in children. And they have been linked to cancer and disruptions in the immune system. This on the screen back here is Gatorade. In the U.S., they use red 40 and caramel color. In Germany, they don't. They use carrot and sweet potatoes to color their Gatorade. This is Doritos. The U.S. version has 3 different artificial dyes and MSG. The U.K. version does not. And let's look at cereal.
Oh my God.
General Mills is definitely playing some tricks on us. They launched a new version of Trix just recently in Australia. It has no dyes. They even advertise that when the U.S. version still does. This is why I became a food activist. My name is Vani Hari, and I only want one thing.
How about that?
I want Americans...
Vani Hari.
Sounds like me after my husband goes to like a wholesale club and brings all that crud home, and I'm like reading from it. So
Yep.
She just
I guess
said
Bobby.
everything I felt.
I guess Bobby Kennedy's not as crazy as everybody says.
I'm telling you guys that I'm glad we're having this discussion, and I'm glad we're bringing this to the forefront, and it's something that absolutely needs to be discussed, because they actually tried to do this like 20 years ago, 15 years ago, and the food lobby pushed back because Fruit Loops, I'm just using them as an example, but Fruit Loops weren't as bright a color. So our kids didn't like them as much because they weren't as bright of a color. So, we've tried this before to no avail. So I'm just saying that it is, I'm glad that this conversation is, and like that article I just read in the New York Times, they're doing their damn best to discredit everything that is, and it's just like, well, the ingredients, it's roughly the same, except they're really, really different.
How about McDonald's? They're using that ingredient that will kill you so that they can get more bang for their buck out of their frying oil.
Yeah.
That is just remarkable.
Bill Maher, over the weekend, talked to Casey Means and MD, who's a big proponent of RFK Jr. and this whole food, make America healthy again thing. Says that he's willing to give RFK Jr. a chance. This is cut. I think I have this right. Yeah, this is cut 7. Phil, go.
RFK, you and I do have something in common, which is that for a long time we've all been saying, well, the system as it is, the way we do health, is already very. So maybe he'll make it worse, but like my head is not exploding about it.
That's good.
And so I saw you do this where I got familiar with you, this video you did where you said you graduated Stanford Medical.
Yes.
And the video was called like something like I learned nothing there about what was important. Tell us what you didn't learn there that you think you should be taught at least in medical school.
Right. It's astonishing. It's not an overstatement to say that in my 4 years of Stanford undergrad, 4 years of Stanford Medical School, and 4.5 years of surgical training, I did not learn a single thing about what is really making Americans sick, the true root causes of the chronic disease epidemic that's devastating and torturing American lives. The things like the impact of ultra-processed food on our health, the incredible 80,000 synthetic toxins that are our food, water, air, our personal care products, the fact that there's been 6 billion tons of plastic produced since 1907 that have entered our food, our water, even our air, the fact that 6 billion pounds of synthetic pesticides are sprayed on our global food supply every year. The average child in America is spending less time outdoors than a maximum security prisoner, and yet sunlight actually dictates a huge portion of our biology. So these modifiable aspects of holistic living that directly impact our cellular health are just not being talked about. We're really focused on silos in the American healthcare system. We have over 100 medical and surgical subspecialties. And what happens is we miss the forest for the trees of the root causes of what's making Americans sick. And I think what happened on Election Day this year is that Americans came out and said, we want to bend the curve of the chronic disease epidemic that is destroying American potential. And I think RFK represents someone who's willing to take that on.
Perfectly well said. And sunlight is the ultimate disinfectant. It's why in the spring and the summer I play golf constantly because I want to be outside. I hate sitting inside and getting ready to blow my brains out because I'm bored. By the way, 4:48 yesterday. It's dark. I was ready to off myself. It's just depressing. And I mentioned in the big take this morning, the Babylon Bee, fattest, sickest country on earth, concerned that new health secretary might do something different. So that's what I would say to all of these people out there that are anti-RFK Jr. I don't care if you don't agree with him on vaccine. He's not right about everything. But on food, he's absolutely accurate. And if you're a miserable, overweight schlub, you should probably listen to him because what you're consuming is leading to cardiovascular disease, is leading to diabetes, is resulting in cancer. And yet you want to just, well, I can't trust him. He ate pork and ended up with a tapeworm. Shut up.
Yeah, and to all of those people who are, the same ones in the 2010s who are like, keep your hands off my fries and everything like that. Like that's all good and well, and I'm one of the first ones to say it's all personal responsibility. If you don't like it, don't eat it, which I still believe. But when it's literally in every single piece of your food, something needs to be done. Mm-hmm. You know what I mean? Like you can only eat clean so much. I mean, even, you sit there, Nick, and you eat those blueberries out of the thing. I love blueberries too. Do you know what they're sprayed with? That's what I'm talking about.
Organic.
You know what I mean? Even that, Dawn.
I can't afford organic right now.
So so
go to Aldi.
To sit here and say, and all the
wash them off.
It's my freedom, it's my this, it's my that. Yeah,
wash them off.
Yeah, but we also need to know what is in these things, or what they're sprayed with, or any of that stuff. We do.
And by the way, just to go back to the McDonald's thing for a moment, because I'm caught up in McDonald's for a moment. He said in one of those clips was salt is optional on the fries over in Europe.
Yeah.
They don't salt them like Trump. Like when Trump was in Bucks County, he unleashed the entire salt shaker on them. By the way, you have to have salt on fries. Does anybody out there in this audience actually eat French fries without salt?
Oh no, get the DeSantis clip. I don't put salt on it. I put mustard on it.
Wait a minute. That way now.
Mustard.
Yeah.
Mustard.
You put mustard on your French fries.
100%. That's my seasoning for French fries, or like a little bit of vinegar.
Oh, I love vinegar.
Yeah.
Yeah, like at the boardwalk.
No salt.
No salt.
No salt.
No ketchup though.
No, ketchup's gross.
Okay. No ranch.
First of all, you should stop eating ketchup when you're 7.
I agree. Ketchup's a kid condiment.
Yeah, exactly.
I tell my wife that every day.
No. I put mustard on my French fries or vinegar.
My wife has mixed ketchup and mayonnaise together with her fries.
Ketchup and mayonnaise. I could do mustard and mayonnaise, but not ketchup.
Mustard on your fries?
Yeah.
What else? You got any other odd habits while we're at it?
What's wrong with that?
Mustard.
Yeah. I mean, I've never tried it. I'll try anything.
Yep.
I'll give it a whirl today.
At least once.
That's right.
Alec Baldwin debuted his RFK Jr. impression.
Oh boy.
On SNL.
Yeah, is this where his fly? He didn't zip up his fly.
No, he came out at the end of. He came out at the end for the closing credits when they say goodnight to everybody, and his fly was down.
Ew.
Good night, everybody.
But he comes out and does his RFK Jr. This is along with the Trump impersonator and Dana Carvey as Joe Biden. The cold open was them meeting in the Oval Office in front of the fireplace. All right, you can roll a little bit of it until we get flagged.
I don't mean to interrupt you. I just wanted to tell you again, I'm so honored to be the head of the Health and Human Services.
He's just not good.
No, he's not. I mean, he kind of looks the part there, but oh my God, is that awful, dude? You do it better, Kennedy.
Thank you.
Can you do it?
No, I'm going to play the best Kennedy impersonation out there.
Okay.
First, but what?
No, is he? I mean, I thought that they're not supposed to make fun of anybody who has any kind of a difference or voice disability or whatever.
Spasmodic dysphonia.
Right?
Yep.
So is he making fun of somebody?
I don't subscribe to that. I make fun of everybody.
Well, I know,
care.
Greg, but I'm talking about him. He's
him.
all woke, right?
Yeah,
He's all,
Play a little bit more.
Need someone to teach them how to be healthy. Someone like me, a 70-year-old man with movie star looks and a worm in his brain.
Bobby, I love you. I can't wait to see what you do with this country in terms of health and with regard to...
the Trump impersonation isn't there either. So
no, the only guy that's any good in there is Carvey doing Biden.
Speaking of Carvey, this was the Fly on the Wall podcast, which, by the way, is an Odyssey podcast. You can get it.
That?
You can get it wherever you get your podcast, but get it from Odyssey, from the Odyssey app. It's Dana Carvey and David Spade talking politics, interviewing people, talking all kinds of stuff, actually, not just politics. But they were talking about RFK Jr., and Dana Carvey broke out his impression, and I think it's the best I've heard. All right, roll it, Phil.
They're closing my favorite Wendy's. I don't know if they're closing it, but they put the green fence. And you don't want a green fence around. That means 2 years of trucks, beep, beep, bulldozers, cement trucks, blocking, stop, alto, go around. Ooh, ooh.
Well, if Bobby Kennedy has his way, there's going to be a lot of stuff about fast food.
What if he's the guy there with a hard hat going, we're starting right here?
Well, I'll have a double Wendy's with cheese and a milkshake.
No,
and he's there.
No, it's me now. You're not kidding.
I'd like a single cheese and a booster shot.
I don't think you should be having this food. I think, quite frankly, it's poison. So I'm hereby shutting down Wendy's and get the out of here, David Spade.
We should have him come on and teach us about nutrition.
You can get a sweet potato for like $1.50.
Sweet potatoes.
Sweet potatoes.
Scarface.
What are you going to do, man? You like it?
You don't give me no sweet potatoes.
It's good. It's good.
He's so good. That is a great Bobby Kennedy impersonation, which, by the way, it's probably ill-advised to try to imitate him because you could end up having major voice issues once you go into that mode.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let's keep going down the realm of comedy, the highway of comedy. Jim Brewer released his new special over the weekend.
We got to get him back on the show.
Yeah, I was thinking about that. They only seem to want to come on when he's promoting, club dates around this area, and I guess he hasn't been around this area in a while.
No.
So he went off on the election propaganda. Cut 4, Phil.
The other side's got M&M. I'm 50 and I wear a hoodie. Sit down, stupid. You were fun for 10 minutes. You're on Diddy's list. You know that, right? Hinchcliffe said it. He's absolutely right. They scared the snot. The anti-Trumpers were like, oh my God, if he gets in, we're just... Goodbye to my body, I mean... It's like, they're Nazis. Think about how hard that'd be. That fella, that's the end of our democracy. Like, I didn't see any of the videos of the rallies going, everybody Unslainer. We need everybody's name who ends with Stein and Berg to come to the front. And Vivian, your life is over. Back in the house, release the dogs. We told you they were Nazis. You people lost your minds over that. Wow.
Man.
He didn't hold back, did he?
No, he didn't.
Tell us what you really think, Jimbo.
Man. Over the weekend, we talked about it a little bit in the 6 o'clock hour to open the show this morning. UFC 309 live from Madison Square Garden. Johnny Bones Jones had a third-round TKO against Stipe Stipe Miocic.
Yeah, good luck with that one.
He announced his retirement at the end of that, by the way. It was because, I mean, going up against John Jones is just, he's the greatest UFC fighter in history.
Is John Jones still in his prime? Or
well, I mean, he's been out for about 18 months.
Yeah.
Because he had surgery and everything like that. But he's won the most championship fights. So
yeah.
He after he won. Well, actually, let's start with Cut 11. This was Trump, Elon Musk, RFK Jr., Tulsi Gabbard, and Dana White entering the arena, Madison Square Garden, on Saturday night. Cut 11, Phil, go.
And ladies and gentlemen, look who is now making his way to the world famous.
Look at MAGA Mike.
By UFC CEO Dana White.
Yeah, I mean, Mike.
Who doesn't belong in that pile?
I was just gonna say that.
Dweeb.
We're going to a UFC fight. Woo.
Wish the people at home could hear the sound in this room. It's so loud in here. It is so loud.
At least,
so good.
At least we know that Trump enjoys this stuff. Tulsi Gabbard was there. RFK Jr. Just he doesn't care about UFC stuff.
I don't know about that. He's a fitness guy, right? Bobby's all jacked up. He likes lifting weights.
I don't know.
I could see Bobby Kennedy being into combat sports. Just sports.
He was as out of place as that weasel Mike Johnson.
Oh well, yeah. Mike Johnson's out of place every time. He looked out of place in the on Trump Force One with the McDonald's. By the way, that's the back page of the front page of the New York Post. Yes. Bobby Kennedy in front of a thing of McDonald's.
Isn't that amazing?
Diet Coke.
Do we have that photo?
We do. Well, no, I don't think we do. But
We don't
I'm
have
sure
that
we
photo?
could-
Oh,
I'm
yeah.
sure we could find
Yeah,
it.
we do. It's up there.
Oh, is it up there right
Yeah.
now? There it is.
Yeah. Good
So,
job, Phil.
who do you think's more uncomfortable right there, MAGA Mike or Bobby?
You know they gave him that just to
Yes.
stick him. You know what I mean?
You know Bobby's not going to eat that.
No,
that's a
there's no
total
way.
photo op.
He's not going to eat that.
He has a Coke next to him.
Yeah,
Not going to drink that.
Trump's probably like, I'll take that. Just give me whatever you don't want.
Yeah. That's like ordering for your kids something you know they're not going to eat just so you can eat more.
Yeah.
Well, I don't want to go to Roy's.
I don't know, guys. He has the burger out, it
Yeah,
looks like.
he's being a good sport.
Yeah.
Yeah. Elon's got a bunch of dipping sauces. So I'm going to have to
By the way,
inquire about that.
Why is RFK Jr. so tan? Like,
He uses the same spray bottle as Trump?
Or tanning bed.
Or tanning bed?
God.
By the way, what do you think? MAGA Mike and Bobby went down towards the other end of the plane and had some like tofu and sushi. Put like their napkin inside their shirt.
Cut 13, Phil. So when he gets into the arena and they go over to their seats, he hugs Joe Rogan.
Oh, he didn't just hug him. He had sex with Joe Rogan. This was awkward.
Who was doing commentary, Phil, if you want to roll that.
Congratulations, sir.
Come a little closer, Joe. I'm going to kiss you.
Whispering in his ear.
Yeah.
I'm sure he thanked him for
yeah.
for the endorsement.
Yeah.
So, and another. There you go.
The ultimate glory of all of this is the fact that UFC airs on ESPN Plus.
Yeah.
And ESPN is a very left-wing Disney anti-Trump company. So to see all of that and then obviously the John Bones stuff.
Well, let me just
must
say
kill
this
them.
because I know you're not a UFC guy. You have to have ESPN Plus
Mm-hmm.
to order it on pay-per-view.
Oh.
So you pay a monthly it's the biggest scam out there. And I fall right into it because I do love UFC and I watch the Saturday night. Actually, I watch it Sunday morning.
I fell asleep during Saturday night's game, I will say.
Really?
Yeah.
I did.
But they make you pay. I don't know what ESPN Plus is. It's like $7 a month.
Yeah, that's
but
what it is.
you need that subscription to order the fight for like $70 or whatever it is.
So you get it's like a double tax.
100%. It's 100% a
Because
scam, and I fall right.
We have it because we have Disney Plus.
Yep.
So Disney Plus, when you sign up for it, you get ESPN Plus with it. So that's as big of a scam as these PSLs at stadiums, where in order to get season tickets, you got to buy the personal seat license first.
100%. Yes.
It's outrageous.
That's exactly what they do. But I do it. I can't. I'm a giant hypocrite.
And what was the fight cost? It was $70 plus tax.
65 maybe.
Okay.
I should know this.
Yeah, I should know it too, Dawn. You and I are just like, we should know this. We bought them, but I don't I really honestly don't know.
It makes the Tyson fight worth it then, because I was surprised that you didn't have to pay extra on top of your Netflix subscription for that.
It's true. But
nor should you have to.
They're smart. Netflix is smart doing this, by the way. UFC should get into this. Should get into this game. If they were smart, they would.
Netflix better get their act together, because the NFL and WWE are coming, and if they can't hold 60 million people without a good
you're 100% right.
signal, they're in trouble.
You're 100% right.
Be a lot of angry Americans.
John Jones with the third round TKO after he won the fight. He gives Trump. Actually, let's start with him giving Trump the belt. Did you guys see this? This has got 12.
Yes.
This has got 12.
Classic.
Go. He walks over and gives him the belt.
Wow.
Trump loves it.
100% he loves it.
I never knew Hitler liked Ultimate Fighting.
Largely historically have realized the most success in the UFC. And the greatest American fighter of all time is that man, John Bones Jones, now successful in the first defense of his heavyweight title. Bud Light, the official beer sponsor of UFC. Easy to celebrate, easy to enjoy. And celebrating they are indeed in Albuquerque, New Mexico.
And by the way, for anybody who thinks that like Trump's a Johnny-come-lately at this, if you followed him in the 80s and 90s, he was at every Tyson fight. Mm-hmm. He was at every WrestleMania.
Oh, yeah.
He's way into this stuff.
Absolutely.
Way into this stuff. John Jones gave him a shout out when he won with the interview with Joe Rogan at the end of the fight. Cut 5. Do you have it there? Cut 5. Go.
Sure. I also want to say a big thank you to President Donald Trump for being here tonight.
This is where he does the this is where he does the dance too.
Hey, what do you guys think about my version of the Donald Trump? Check it out. USA, let's go. That's what I like. I'm proud to be a great American champion. I'm proud to be a Christian American champion.
You know, I said that you're talking about the popularity of Trump and, winning the popular vote. Even though I didn't make an official prediction on who would win the election, I did say that Trump was going to exceed his total vote of 74 million from 2020. And I think Dawn might have mentioned it earlier. What is it, 77, 78 million now? And counting and growing?
Nearly 77 million.
Yeah.
Well, on Friday night, the Mike Tyson Jake Paul fight happened. It went 8 rounds, and Jake Paul won. I mean, after like the second round, it wasn't even really close. Mike Tyson, on why he did this, well, we know it's for the payday, but this is what he said afterwards. Cut 15. I've cut 15 there, Phil. Go.
58, a lot of people thought you shouldn't be here. A lot of people thought you'd be done and dusted in the first round. Do you feel like you proved the world wrong, that you could at least go 8 rounds with a younger man?
I didn't prove nothing to anybody, only to myself. I'm not one of those guys that look to please the world. I'm just happy with what I can do.
And I was wearing assless chaps in the locker room, and I was walking around half naked. I'm a killer. And I'm from the Catskills.
I don't know if you guys saw this, but he kept biting his glove during the fight.
Yeah, what is that about?
He got a biting fetish.
Yeah, that's exactly what he said. This is cut 16, Phil.
Yeah, I watched all of it.
I know you did.
What you were doing with your glove, was it a mouthpiece issue, or were you just biting on your glove? What was that? Could you tell us?
Oh, I have a habit of biting my gloves when I fight, yes.
Why do you do that?
I have a biting fixation.
I've heard about that.
Holyfield
knows.
knows.
I don't want to know more. Stay right here, Mike, if you can. Jake.
Then Jake Paul at the end gave props to the GOAT, Mike Tyson. Cut 17.
First and foremost, Mike Tyson. It's such an honor. Let's give it up for Mike, bro. He's a legend. He's the greatest to ever do it. He's the GOAT. I look up to him. I'm inspired by him, and we wouldn't be here today without him. This man is an icon, and it's just an honor to be able to fight him. And he's obviously the toughest, baddest man on the planet. So it was really tough, like I expected it to be.
Yeah, it's fascinating how people get some celebrity status, notoriety, and success in this country when it seems like nobody likes them at all.
Yep.
Like the Pauls are the perfect illustration of that. Mm-hmm. Both Jake Paul and Logan Paul. massively successful kind of social media meets sports meets influencer. Yet everywhere they go, they're booed relentlessly.
It's true.
It's weird.
It's true. The fight itself, look, I can say this. I got every Tyson pay-per-view from the mid '90s to the early 2000s. I was a Tyson aficionado for much of my late teens and early 20s years. A 58-year-old, of course, is not going to be able to keep up with somebody like Jake Paul, who's half his age. So technically, it wasn't the best fight in the world. Just play a little bit of it there, Phil.
Just ask Kevin McBride. Just ask Francois Botha. Evander Holyfield. You get the gist.
Yeah. I mean, Tyson kept his He held his own.
Mm-hmm.
He was more on defense than he was on offense. You know what I mean? Like, it looks like he was just trying to outlast Paul.
And everybody was saying, oh, nice shot by Jake Paul.
Right hand by Paul. That is his most effective punch. Again, he has knocked down or knocked out every opponent he has faced.
There you go.
I just found it fun because I bet the fight and I bet on Jake Paul.
Of course.
Yeah, he was a 2-1 favorite, and all these people are like, "Oh yeah, Tyson. If he lands, I'm like, he hasn't landed a knockout shot in 25 years.
I know.
Right? Like
he
was cooked in 2002.
It's the first. They said when he won the first round, it was the first round he had won in like 25 years.
Yes. I mean, in 2002, I was graduating high school, and me and my buddies, we bought the fight, Tyson against Lennox Lewis.
Oh yeah.
And that was real. I mean, he was done before that fight, but that was truly the signifying moment that it was over for him. And all these people were like, "Oh, I'm betting on Tyson. I'm betting on Tyson." And I'm like,
Talk about the pay-per-views. I mean, if you guys remember, I used to have to beg my mom, and then you could actually go to some bars. Some bars used to,
they had a hot box.
Yes, yeah,
remember
absolutely.
the hot box?
But they were, I mean, that was the original, $39.99 or whatever it was for the Tyson fights. I remember that Tyson, I think it was Spinks. It was like $70 or something like that, and it lasted 90 seconds.
Yeah. If you're a 90s kid, you lived off the hot box.
Yeah.
I think boxing, wrestling, and late night naughty shows.
I got to
the hot box was it, man.
By the way, I got to say this. I think that the majority of the Netflix thing on Friday night was guys our age that just wanted to relive our youth and be like, oh, it's a Tyson fight, just like back in the day. Yeah. But it's something cool to have that 60 million people kind of all watch at the same time. We have so few of those things anymore that it's nice to have it.
We're a nostalgic society.
100%.
We love the glory days. Whatever your glory days was, right? Yep. Like 90s, 80s, 70s, 60s, whatever resonates with you from like your childhood, right?
Mm-hmm.
And oh, by the way, too, here's the other thing. My other beef with this, especially for a fight that is an exhibition with one guy approaching 60. Can we start the actual Tyson fight by like 9:30? Do we need them walking out at midnight?
Tyson needs a little nap.
Yeah, I was just gonna say that. What time did it? Because in full disclosure, I watched it Saturday morning. So
me too. Because I did.
Okay.
It was because we had such a busy day, right?
Yeah.
And it didn't go on till it was like till midnight or something.
It was
right?
after 12 o'clock when they got in the ring. Yeah.
Well, you said you didn't have buffering issues. But
I was smooth as can be. Everybody's crying on X about it, and I'm like, mine's good. I'm good here. And then all of a sudden, I pull up my phone. I'm starting to get tired, and I see the Netflix official Twitter feed tweeting out the results of the fight, and I'm like, they haven't come on my screen, but my TV's not buffering.
It's amazing.
I thought I was in like the Twilight Zone.
Yeah, they could. Yeah.
To your point about who was watching, I would love to see, who was watching, because I just think about all of us talking about it. I mean, I was watching. My whole family was watching.
I think
Do you
mostly.
know what I mean?
I would guess mostly Gen X and younger.
I don't know. I mean, because I would just be curious across the board because Trump announced, we knew earlier in the day, Saturday, he was going to show.
Yeah.
I wonder, did that influence people to watch the thing?
I don't think boomers watched it because they're asleep at that point.
Well, I disagree. I think that it was.
You think people in their 60s and 70s stayed up to see that?
Maybe not, but I think my generation to your generation. I think we like.
Yes.
And by the way, having Jake Paul in it made it more acceptable for the younger generation.
Well, yeah,
too,
that's what I'm
because
thinking. Gen X, Millennial, and Gen Zers.
It was actually a brilliant strategy because you take, 1975 to, 2000 and whatever, and you have all of those, years in there of people who wanted to relive their glory days, their youth, and the new, new kids.
I mean, they're saying that 65 million people watch.
Yeah.
65 million?
Yep.
So I think I would love to see the breakdown on that as far as, the age. I mean, like teenage guys and college guys were all watching it.
They need to, and Nick said this earlier, and you're 100% right, they need to perfect this if they're going to do the WWE stuff in 2025, if they're going to start doing this for NFL games. I think UFC needs to take a page out of their book and do, now that the WWE has made a deal with Netflix, that's the same parent company, TKO. I think UFC should get in that.
Which is
ring as
really
well.
remarkable. As hot of a product as UFC is, the best they can do is ESPN Plus streaming.
Yeah.
Seems low budget, doesn't it?
It does. It does.
But you think about this, how many live events, so way back in the day, like my dad will talk about this, television shows or television news, that was considered a live event that you would watch. Nobody does that anymore. This is one of the few global events. This was global, but certainly nationally, where you have a live event that people have to tune in.
Yep. By the way, if you bought UFC or Netflix stocks back in the day,
I know,
and held on to them,
I feel like a genius.
You're wealthy right now.
You do. All right, we should break here.
Come back. We'll get a big three from Dawn at some point. Our morning mystery movie clip. All the goodies coming up in the 9 o'clock hour, as well as we've got to get to the Whoopi Goldberg story that is out there, and also John Fetterman in the news with some advice for his own party. It's Kayal and Company, live here on a Monday morning on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Cap off the NFL week with a chance to win on FanDuel in partnership with Valley Forge Casino. It's America's #1 sports book. New customers get $150 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. Tonight's Monday night game, the Houston Texans and the Dallas Cowboys. You can build a same-game parlay. I gave you one earlier. Joe Mixon to score an anytime touchdown. I'm taking the under for the combined total of 41.5, and CJ Stroud for the over for passing yards for the first quarter, I believe, at 41 yards. Just go to FanDuel.com/Greg to make every moment more of the season. FanDuel, the official sportsbook partner of the NFL and 1210 WPHT. 21 and over, President PA. First online real money wager, only $5 first deposit required. A bonus issued as an non-withdrawable bonus bet, which expires 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Nothing delivers comfort and joy quite like the unrivaled quality and taste of Omaha Steaks. This year, skip the holiday hustle and bustle and save 50% off gourmet gifts site-wide at omahasteaks.com. Plus, get a $30 reward card when you shop early and score an extra $30 off with promo code NICK. With 5 generations of experience, they consistently deliver the world's best steak experience. And the gifting experts at Omaha Steaks have made it easy to deliver the perfect gift with thoughtfully curated gift packages starting at $89.99. From legendary steaks to mouth-watering desserts and more. Save 50% off site-wide at omahasteaks.com. Plus, our listeners get an extra $30 off with promo code NICK and a $30 reward card when you shop early. That's 50% off at omahasteaks.com and an extra $30 off with promo code NICK. Minimum purchase may apply.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hi, I'm Dr. Peter Stahl, board-certified urologist and senior vice president of men's sexual health at HIMSS. In my 12 years of practice as a reproductive urologist, I've helped many guys with ED, and it has never been more convenient to treat than it is right now, thanks to HIMSS. It really wasn't easy before. You had to take time out of your day, come to a physical office, and see a specialist like me in person. Now, through HIMSS.com, you can get world-class sexual health care and a full range of treatment options for ED through a 100% online process. It starts with a free assessment from a medical provider licensed in your state who can determine if ED treatment is right for you. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. So don't wait. Join the hundreds of thousands of guys who've gotten help for their ED through HIMSS.
To start your free online visit and find ED treatment at up to 95% off brand name prices, go to hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit.
Feel like everything's clouded by doubt? Visit CaliforniaPsychics.com. Our psychics are available to talk 24/7, and we guarantee if it's not life-changing, it's free. Experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics.
I love this song! I love nachos.
Loving everything? You might be buzzed.
You know what I'd love? A ride when it's time to head out.
If you see a buzz warning sign, call for a ride when it's time to go home. Buzz driving is drunk driving. A message from NHTSA and the Ad Council.
Woohoo! Another girls' night out. I'm so stressed from shopping, I couldn't find anything. Have you tried shopping jewelry television, JTV? I don't know. Everyone in my family is so different. JTV has thousands of jewelry styles. Artisan, diamonds, pearls, colored gemstones, watches, even gift sets. I shop on TV and online.
New JTV customers save up to $40 when you shop jtv.com/radio.
Now, can you relax?
Yes. Another round?
Yes.
See Joe Conklin at Parks Casino with the world-renowned City Rhythm Orchestra for a special Conklin's Comedy Night Christmas show. Thursday nights, December 5th and 19th.
'Twas the night before Christmas, and all through the house there were no presents for Jerry Jones, 'cause he's such a louse.
It's Conklin's Comedy Night Christmas show with City Rhythm at Parks Casino, December 5th and 19th. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com. joeconklin.com!
Tune in to Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturdays at 11 a.m. to hear Phil Cannella and Joanne Small. The Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturday mornings at 11 on Talk Radio 1210.
Rich Cioli this afternoon, 3 till 7. Kayal and Company now on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Well, you went uptown riding in your limousine with your fine Park Avenue clothes.
8:50. Kayal and Company. It's a Monday morning here on Talk Radio 1210. WPHT. We will get to the Whoopi Goldberg story right off the top of the 9 o'clock hour, followed by a Dawn Stenslin Big 3, 855-839-1210. But let's wrap up the hour with your phone calls. We've got our buddy Tom in Percy, and Tom is with us now on Talk Radio 1210. Hello, Tom.
Hey, good morning, guys. Great show as always on this Monday. Greg Stocker, sucks.com.
Thank you, Tom.
Just want to let you know these recounting of the ballots are awesome, but they'd probably be more awesome if they counted them all. I still have a provisional ballot that has not been counted. It's unbelievable.
So now let me ask you, how are you tracking the status of your ballot?
Okay, so you know how you guys say you have the receipts? Well, I have the receipt too, and it has a number. So when I went to my polling booth, turned in my mail-in ballot, and I voted in person, I then filled out my ballot, folded it up, put it in a green envelope, then put it into one of these super secret envelopes with a receipt with the number on it. And it has a web address. It's called hava.pa.us. And you go in there and you plug in the number, and it says that my ballot has not been received.
Wow.
Then there's also a spot on there where you can put your name and address, your name and date of birth. I plugged that in, and it said the same thing.
So it says not processed, or does it say like still pending, or like what's the specific verbiage that it gives you?
It says not processed, and it says check in 3 to 7 working days. Okay, so here's what it says. A certified provisional ballot was not found. Please wait 3 to 7 days after the election and search again. If you have questions, please contact your county election office. Good luck with that. For a list of county contacts, and it gives it there. But it's unbelievable. I almost feel like my civil rights are being violated. I need to sue for millions of dollars.
Tom, what you really should do, in all honesty, is contact Linda Kearns.
Yeah, I will text her right now.
Yeah, and Dawn will handle that for you.
Yeah, you can go to protectthevote.com or pa.protectthevote.com, Tom, and put in there your information, but I will text. I know Linda's preparing for court, but she's really great about, she was listening, obviously, at 6 a.m. She knows we started at 6 a.m.
We started 6 a.m.
Yeah, she always listens, and she does. She's one of the attorneys who, sends us the updates, which we truly appreciate. But, Tom, just go to pa.protectthevote.com or just protectthevote.com, and if you can go, there's a section where you can ask the question, but I will text her right now.
It just doesn't have to be this way, right? It is not and I don't want to go, we've done it a million times, but it's not a complicated process. We make this such a muddy, murky thing when it doesn't have to be that way.
Yeah.
It's like third world slapnut nations. I mean, come on, what are we doing here in this country? Anyway, 8 o'clock hour brought to you by Budget Blinds. The holidays are coming, don't we know it? Budget Blinds is your one-stop shop for blinds, shades, shutters, custom drapery, and motorization. Visit budgetblinds.com for a free in-home consultation and the only no-questions-asked warranty in the business. Schedule your holiday consultation today and ask about their special radio offer.
Speaking of the holidays are coming, either of you guys have your Christmas decorations up yet?
Nope.
No.
Yeah.
Do you?
No. It was 65 degrees yesterday.
I know.
We did 65 degrees today.
We didn't even have fall, and we're just jumping into Christmas.
We're going, so this Longwood Gardens, it's a weird year, right? Because Thanksgiving is late, so we're all going to get caught into that.
Yep.
Longwood Gardens opens, I think this Friday is their debut, so we're going Saturday with a bunch of family. But it's true that nobody has nobody's going to be ready. Because all of a sudden it's like, oh my goodness, it's Thanksgiving, and then boom, Christmas will be there.
It's unbelievable.
Yeah, I'm looking around in neighborhoods and stuff like that, and I'm taking notes of the people that have their Christmas decorations up yet. It's a little early.
I didn't even get my free turkey yet from the grocery store.
You need to at least wait until Thanksgiving weekend. Can we all just agree on that?
1,000%. Yes.
Whenever it is, if it's late, if it's early, it doesn't matter.
I don't know. Right. I might. If it's nicer this weekend, I'm doing it this weekend because there are storms coming in.
Uh-oh.
There
we're going to get rain.
Storms coming in next week. Could be snow.
What a concept.
They don't like.
Could be a blizzard. No, I'm teasing.
The YouTube chat doesn't like my rules because I have rules because I said that ketchup is for 7-year-olds.
Well, it is.
And I also said you shouldn't drink milk over the age of 7. And now I'm also saying that you shouldn't put your Christmas decorations up until Thanksgiving.
I agree.
Thanksgiving needs to be over before you have your Christmas decorations.
I am typically first Saturday of December. Well, it's usually the second, the third.
It's going to fly, though.
Huh?
It's going to fly. It's going to fly by.
Good. I want it to fly right to April.
I think if you find a day that's weather-wise and with your schedule, then you got to do it.
All right.
Seize the moment. Carpe diem.
Friday or Saturday after Thanksgiving till January 1st. Then we're done. That's it. Take all your freaking decorations down.
Yeah, I typically take them down right after my birthday, January 3rd. What's the chat saying now?
Nothing. I'm just saying.
Triggering people? Yeah. Is Justin in there crying?
No.
All right. Make sure you check in this week, Justin. Tell us what we're doing wrong. 855-839-1210, the phone number. Whoopi Goldberg with a whoops moment, and it might come back to bite her in the keister.
Uh-oh.
That's a big keister, by the way.
Man. Not by Mike Tyson.
Yes, that's right. Not by Mike Tyson. He bites ears and boxing gloves. But first, take a bite out of your holiday budget by getting a new vehicle because, let's face it, right? The economy's about to get better again. Trump's in office. You're going to be able to afford that new vehicle. So why go anywhere else other than the Piazza Auto Group? And we're talking now about the 2025 Hyundai Tucson. It is the brand's most popular SUV. Bold, all-new design with plenty of cargo space because, well, let's face it, Christmas tree, sporting equipment, groceries, golf clubs, you name it. We need more space than ever. And its standard all-wheel drive and great gas mileage will keep you prepared for any adventure. It's also a very snazzy-looking vehicle, I must say. It also protects you and your family with a best-in-class safety rating. Visit Piazza Hyundai of Pottstown off of Route 422 or Piazza Hyundai of Westchester right on Route 202. Online anytime at piazzahyundai.com. Tell them Nick sent you.
You may have heard, Wawa has pizza. And right now, Wawa has pizza at a really great price.
Wawa has personal pizza for a night of gaming.
And it's only $6.
Wawa has pizza for when we don't want to cook.
And a 14-inch is $8.
Wawa has pizza for after practice.
A 16-inch to feed the team, $10. Right now, get a personal 14 or 16-inch Wawa pizza for just $6, $8, or $10. Wawa has pizza for all at a really great price.
Attention Medicaid patients.
If you're on Medicaid, how would you like if your caretaker was your daughter, your son, your grandchild, or your close friend? If you're on Medicaid, Freedom Care allows you to choose who provides your care, and that caregiver will get paid instantly after their shift. Yes, your caregiver will get paid instantly, and it's 100% free to you if you are on Medicaid. Call 267-692-3782 and ask Freedom Care how to get started with care today. No more worrying about getting care from an aide at an agency. Freedom Care helps you choose who you want to take care of you, and that person gets paid. Call Freedom Care at 267-692-3782, 267-692-3782 to get started today. You get a caregiver you know and trust, and they get paid instantly after their shift, and it's free to you. Start now by calling 267-692-3782, 267-692-3782, or go to freedomcare.com.
Do you have shoeboxes full of old videotapes and photos with memories you'd love to share with the family this Christmas? Right now, get exclusive early access to Legacy Box's biggest deal of the year. Digitize your memories for just $9 per tape. That's right, only $9 to preserve and share your precious moments. VHS, VHS-C, Hi-8, film reels, and more, saving you over $15 per item. Not to mention, when you digitize your memories now, Legacy Box sends all your memories back on the cloud, so they're easy to access by Christmas, and you can relive them with your family just in time for the holidays. You've heard about Legacy Box all year, but now is the best time to digitize your memories. Hurry, this $9 deal won't last long. Head to legacybox.com/value for early access to our best deal of the year. Don't wait. Secure your digitized memories by Christmas at legacybox.com/value.
What I know about courage, I learned from my adoptive mom. She said sometimes you just gotta hold on and know we'll get through this. Mom, we are so high up. Hold my hand.
No, you hold my hand.
Here we go.
Learn about adopting a teen from foster care. You can't imagine the reward. Visit adoptuskids.org to find out more.
I learned patience from my adoptive dad. All he had to say was,
"Hey, you got this. Just breathe." Hey, we're pretty good.
Yeah.
Might have to start a band.
I got it.
Learn about adopting a teen from foster care. You can't imagine the reward. Visit adoptuskids.org to find out more. This message is brought to you by Adopt US Kids, the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, and the Ad Council.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
In a world filled with financial information, Citizens can help you make sense of it. So whether you're signing up or hitting snooze on some financial newsletters, scrolling through your socials that all seem to be saying the same thing, or getting together with your neighbors at a cookout to game plan college funds, you're ready to make the most of it. Make sense of your money with Citizens. Learn more at citizensbank.com/made-ready.
Need to hire quality candidates fast? You need Indeed. Their video interview tool makes it easy and effortless to meet with candidates. Visit Indeed.com/credit.
Wawa's hot turkey is back, and it's bringing the comforting flavors of the season with it. Sink into savory stuffing, cozy up with sweet cranberry sauce, and relax into some warm, buttery mashed potatoes. Grab your pillows and blankets, because hot turkey is back. Plus, get your cozy cravings satisfied from the comfort of your bed with $0 delivery when you order on the Wawa app. Try the Wawa Gobbler today in a hoagie or bowl for a limited time. Gotta have a Wawa.
Calling on Percy to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app.
Download it now.
is on. Hello.
Scaling Company, 9:03 Monday morning. Nick, Dawn, and Greg here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. You can get us on the free Odyssey app. Watch us live on YouTube. Dawn's Big Three coming up here in maybe 10 minutes or so.
By the way, speaking of Dawn, I'm firing your producer, Dan
What happened?
Borowski. He sent me a photo of the Christmas tree that him and Maisie have up at their house.
Total violation.
They have a Christmas tree up already. He's gone.
It's outrageous.
That's very sweet.
Nah, it's not. It's hideous.
Young couple.
Take it down.
Sweet.
Take it down until after Thanksgiving.
Or you're relegated to weekends.
The thing about it is they have so much family in the area, and their
Yeah.
weekends are probably booked. So this
Yeah.
was probably the only weekend they could actually put up the decorations. That's
His
part of the
weekends are
problem.
booked?
Yes. Because
What
they
does
have-
that mean? What is he, a
'cause they have
hotel?
no, because they have a ton of family in the area, and you got Thanksgiving if you're going away for Thanksgiving. And
He's
then you got-
27.
Right. But the parents all fight over, you know what I mean? Like
Yeah.
his parents, her parents.
For those of
You know?
that just tune in at 9 o'clock, for those of you on government assistance that get up early, or that don't get up early.
We start at 6
a.m. The rule is that you must, all Christmas decorations must be taken down if they're up right now and put back up Thanksgiving weekend after Thanksgiving. Thank you.
Damn Borowski. I'm going to text Borowski during the next break.
Don't talk about my dance.
Weekends are booked. The day I walk in and I find out my weekend's booked.
Yeah, baby.
I'm going to put my foot down as the man of the
Yeah.
house.
Right.
See how that works.
Yeah.
All right. Exactly right. Dawn, I'm going to need a place to crash. How's that couch looking?
Second of all, it looks like it's a fake tree. Like it's like one of those things in the corner.
No.
Yeah, it's not. No.
You assembled it in 9 minutes.
Yeah, you can put a fake tree up anytime. I'm serious. It's a total violation. Take that down. Take that down or you're fired.
I'm off the fake tree kick. It's authentic the rest of the way.
I'm sure it's his wife, but if she needs if she wants her husband to keep his job.
Dan Borowski has checked in via text. He said, "Thank you for the defense, Dawn. Happy wife, happy life." No. I mean, that second part's definitely
See,
true.
Dan, wise young man right there. There's some good husband advice.
It's more proof that men need women more than women need men, I guess. That whole 7 o'clock hour, just flush it out. Everything I said was BS.
Yeah, EKZ is 100% right, and even though I know he's not a huge fan of mine, he says, I thought the fall season was from Halloween to Thanksgiving. Christmas was from Thanksgiving to January 5th.
No. First of all, winter doesn't even start until December 21st. All right, so
Technicalities.
Yeah. It's fall until December 20th, by the way. If we're going to follow when the seasons change, right? It's December 21st to March 20th. And then March 21st until June 21st.
Nobody goes by that.
I know. I'm such an old guy. All right. Let's get to Oprah. Speaking of old.
Oprah.
Oprah, soap on her Oprah. Remember that episode from Married with Children in the Oprah store where Peggy buys everything? Of course, Nick. So apparently, Oprah Winfrey. Now, I didn't see this, and this apparently happened on Wednesday's edition of The View, where she said on that god-awful show that we give way too much attention to begin with, that there was accusations that she was denied service at a Staten Island bakery, okay? Apparently, this is Staten Island, New York. On Friday, the Holterman family lined up outside of their 146-year-old bakery alongside most of Staten Island's elected officials, both to clear the air and to send a message, best summed up by Borough President Vito Fasella. He basically says, you don't mess around with Staten Island. Let's play this. This is clip one because there's a lot of backlash after what Whoopi has apparently alleged. And then I saw yesterday on social media that there was some sort of video that Whoopi put out apologizing, but then I couldn't find it like 2 hours later.
Wait. So before we play this, so she claims on The View that she was denied service at this bakery.
Because of her, quote, left-leaning political views.
So she went in there.
Yes.
Famous Whoopi Goldberg. She went in there, and somebody was like, nope, not here, lady.
Right.
We don't like your kind.
Correct. She went in there, and she claims that they refused to fulfill a batch order for Charlotte Ruse? What is that, like a cookie, a dessert? I don't know. What is Charlotte Ruse?
Dawn?
I don't know. That sounds like a clothing line or something. I don't know what a Charlotte Ruse is.
No, it's a kind of pastry.
It's a kind of pastry. Okay.
So she was standing in line.
Okay.
With
And
everybody else.
Does anybody buy this story?
No.
Does anybody buy this story?
No, and good for them that the bakery releases a statement and
Right.
says, we're very busy. People stand in line,
Mhm.
and basically, this is because she wanted to be treated like a celebrity.
Yeah.
She wanted to cut in line.
And regardless of political views, if I was a owner of a bakery and somebody with the celebrity status of Whoopi Goldberg, whether I like her, whether I like her political views or not, I would want to get a picture with her, put it up on my wall. Dolly Parton, Whoopi Goldberg, anybody big. Anytime a big wig came to my establishment, what do you see in a lot of these little mom and pop places? They put up the picture, right, with the celebrity, and they autograph it because they love your. It's great for your bottom line business. Much like Disney, you shouldn't alienate conservatives. If you are a conservative business owner, you should want the money of liberals because you're trying to make a profit. Here is Vito Fosello in Staten Island saying, "Don't mess with us."
What's happening? Whoopi Goldberg causing problems for a bakery, and now a Staten Island bureau president is speaking. Let's watch.
And I think the bottom line here is after we're going to call up Jill, who has had to endure something that she shouldn't have to endure. These people are up at 3 or 4 o'clock every morning. The sacrifices they've made, the holidays they've missed with their families.
Thank you.
To make Staten Island
thought you were talking
better,
about us.
they have sacrificed for 145 years. Rutherford B. Hayes was the President of the United States, for God's sakes. And they're still here, and they're still strong, and they're not going anywhere, despite what other people on television have to say. And frankly, the people who defamed the Holterman family should apologize to the Holterman family for making stuff up to suit their needs. Not everybody wakes up every day and thinks about politics. A good business person doesn't care about anybody's politics. So with that, I'd like to call up Jill Holterman Bowers. She deserves 110% support. Jill, come on.
I think that the whole community is rallying around them.
It's a community that I have to tell you, I'm so overwhelmed by the support between finding out yesterday this even happened, getting phone calls, and then people coming in, people from all over just supporting us in every way. We had phone calls yesterday from Alabama. Guy says, I'm going to give you $50, send it to a school, send them donuts, send them cupcakes. The support has been so overwhelming, and I know how hard my family has worked to keep this business alive, and I wish my father was here today to see this. He would never believe it. My bakers come in 2 or 3 in the morning just to have donuts and rolls for everybody to come in and say, we have the best rolls ever. And you know what? It took my whole family. It takes everybody, the community that comes every day to see us. We have this everyday conversation with everybody. How's the family? How's this? This is what makes Holterman's Holterman's. It's the community, it's my fellow everything that come out and us giving back to the community that makes this go round. And if it wasn't for you and Staten Island to make this work, we still wouldn't be here today.
All right, so there's Jill. I think she sits next to Phil at the Jets games on Sunday. So, as Vito said there, if you're a businessman, you don't wake up every single day thinking about politics and who enters your establishment and what their political view is. The only people that think like this are these left-wing maniacs that just can't quit thinking about Donald Trump and Republicans for some reason. It really is a mental it's a mental disturbance, it's a mental illness, and it's gotten to the point now, and again, I could have sworn, I could be wrong, I could have sworn I saw yesterday on social media a video of Whoopi Goldberg apologizing for the claim, and I just glossed over it, and I went back like 3 hours later. I couldn't track it down. If it's out there, I'd like to play it. But Jonathan Turley is saying that there's a defamation suit here, and this one is actually a piece of cake, no pun intended. And Turley writes that some have said that the fact that Goldberg did not name Holterman's Bakery by name means that she cannot be sued. He says this is wrong. On the program last week, Goldberg portrayed herself as an early victim of the backlash against Trump critics. Goldberg stated ominously,
Quote, now I should tell you, Charlotte Ruse has no political leanings, and the place that made these refused to make them for me. Turley goes on to write about this. You can read it on foxnews.com. But, I mean, this is a disaster for ABC. This is a disaster for Disney. You've got the woke Snow White. You've got Whoopi Goldberg. And this is after the story last week where we talked about the conflicting reports that The View might actually consider adding a pro-Trump voice to the show, which it was weird. It was reported by the Post, and then Fox News said that's not true, but yet they're the same company.
It doesn't look like she apologized. It looks like she went on TikTok and doubled down.
Oh, she doubled down.
Yeah, let me play
There
it.
seems to be a lot of talk about the dessert I requested for my birthday show. I never mentioned the name of the bakery or the location. It does seem a little odd that when we called a few weeks before my birthday, and we were told they couldn't process the order for my birthday because of an equipment failure. But somehow they were able to accept an order of a different 48 of the same dessert when somebody else called without using my name.
Did you just decide to Jussie Smollett this whole situation?
Oh, sorry. I don't know what that is.
So
That's what they're saying. She's Jessie Smolletting.
Okay.
Well, wait, hang on.
Yeah,
Hang on. If she didn't mention the bakery by name, then there's no defamation suit.
That's not according to what Jonathan Turley wrote for Fox
She
News.
claims she didn't mention the bakery by name. So if she didn't mention the bakery name and people are just inferring that that's where they went to, or the bakery is coming out and saying that this is, it was our bakery she's talking about, there's no defamation suit there.
According to Turley, there is. So, I mean, I don't know. I'll defer to the legal expert, Turley. I mean, I don't know. They're all very difficult to win. Defamation, slander, libel, they are incredibly difficult to win because people always try to look for a cheap payday. But I just can't imagine that Whoopi Goldberg would be denied service of an order, which I believe the bakery Holderman's is claiming that their boiler was not working properly and that they couldn't physically manufacture is not the right word, but bake or whatever it is to produce the quantity that she needed. But then she's claiming in that clip there that somebody else called and they accepted the order. Well, I would love to know what's the time gap. I mean, because let's be real, if you have an equipment malfunction, how long does it take to fix it? I don't know. Could be 2 days, could be 2 minutes, right? Cameras for this show are working at 5:57 and 6:01 they go out. Things happen. And then they come back on at 6:03. So I don't know. It's a kind of the he said, she said thing, which is why I think it would be very difficult to win this suit. But Turley says that you can, in fact, do a defamation suit without it being mentioned verbatim by name.
But I guess she was showing, they're saying that she didn't name it, but that they had some of the packaging.
Well, Chris Eppolito says she didn't. All you have to do is Google the pastry, and it's famous to this.
Famous to them.
Staten Island bakery.
But I guess there was something with the packaging. Did they show something visually or something? So I'm not sure. But that Charlotte Russe dessert with the Marciano cherries and whatnot, I think that there are very few bakeries, because this is the oldest. It's like Termini Brothers here. Like when in the holidays and everybody in South Philadelphia, it's like a tradition. You stand in line, and you know what I mean? It's a big thing. So I think that's how they immediately could identify what Whoopi was talking about.
Interesting. Okay. We'll see how it plays out. 855-839-1210. We'll come back. We'll get to our morning mystery movie clip. Dawn's Big Three, more of the cut sheet part due, and then I think we have more of our veteran spotlights coming up, correct?
Yes. Yeah, we have another veteran. I mean, the outpouring of this has been incredible.
World War II.
We spilled it into this week. So if you still have people you want to nominate for our World War II Greatest Generation Veteran Spotlight, we're going to go to the middle of this week. But if anybody else has any other suggestions or anybody else they want to nominate, just email me, or there's something on the website that you can submit, 1210WPHT.com. Also, Nick, while we're promoting, can I promote what we're doing on Wednesday?
Yeah, of course.
We haven't done that yet,
Oh,
right?
That's right.
Kayal and Company fans, this Wednesday only. Wednesday. 12:10 a.m. presents the one and only Jimmy Matthews at the Philadelphia Art Museum stairs. You'll get to witness the man who voted for Kamala wearing MAGA gear. Despite his erroneous voting, Jimmy is making good on his bet. 8:30 a.m. this Wednesday, at the foot of the Art Museum steps in Philadelphia, PA. You've seen him talk smack in YouTube chat. Now you get to watch him make good on his bet as he laments Trump's 312 electoral votes. Can he do it? Find out Wednesday.
That's right. This Wednesday, 8:30, Jimmy Matthews, one of our listeners, one of our YouTube chatters, is going to pay off his bet because he bet that Kamala Harris would win or that Trump wouldn't win, and he would run up the Art Museum steps in his boxer shorts. He's going to be carrying a Kayal and Company 1210 WPHT flag.
Oh, that's amazing.
So I think everybody on the YouTube chat, if you can make it to the Art Museum steps, you got to cheer him on.
Mm-hmm.
We have to have at least a couple people down there to cheer him on. He's doing this. He's being a good sport. He didn't have to.
Now, I know we're going to have all of the video footage for social, but are we going to cut in live to it at 8:30?
Of course.
Okay.
Yes. Yeah, it's going to be like this is an event. We'll have Captain Kirk down there with the video camera. I think Chris Forsyth is going to be down there with a video camera too.
Yep.
We're gonna do this live. So if you're watching on YouTube, you will be able to see it too. But I really encourage everybody to go down there and cheer him on because he's really being a good sport.
I agree. And I would encourage Chris Forsyth, just lay off the sauce on Wednesday. No sauce.
Road Warriors says, where can I park? I don't know, man. That's up to you, buddy. The parking down there kind of does suck.
There's a parking garage right there. Park at the parking garage or around the Philadelphia Art Museum.
Yeah. You heard the lady.
Yeah. You heard
right there.
You heard her.
Yeah. It's very convenient.
And then Stalker will expense it for you.
No, Stalker won't. Don't say that.
855-839-1210. Morning Mystery Movie Clip and the Big Three are on the other side. Stay right there.
This is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. You may know me from my book, Money Hacks. You may know me from my radio shows. And you may even know me from some of these commercials. But listen, I'm teaching stuff that people need to learn about money. In fact, my favorite topic is money. So go to investorschooling.com and you will learn things about money that you never even knew existed. We will teach you things about real estate, about the stock market, and about how to use your IRAs properly. Go to investorschooling.com and sign up for a complimentary class this Thursday night at 7 o'clock. That's investorschooling.com. This is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. Are you tired of hearing about the recession that's coming? Are you prepared for it? Well, listen, at investorschooling.com, we're going to teach you ways to prepare for the recession that you didn't even know existed. We're going to teach you strategies on how to use real estate. We're going to teach you strategies how to use the stock market properly. That's right, you can even make money in the stock market when the stock market goes down. Hey, go to investorschooling.com and register for a free class this Thursday night, and you will learn all of these techniques. Go to investorschooling.com right now, RSVP for this Thursday. We'll see you there.
This is an ad by BetterHelp. What comes to mind when you hear the word gratitude? Maybe it's a daily practice, or maybe it feels hard to be grateful right now. Don't forget to give yourself some thanks by investing in your well-being. BetterHelp is the largest online therapy provider in the world, connecting you to qualified professionals via phone, video, or message chat. Let the gratitude flow. Visit BetterHelp.com/healthieryou today to get 10% off your first month. That's BetterHelp, HELP.com/healthieryou.
This Thanksgiving at Total Wine & More, find bourbons and Cabernets that you adore. Our helpful guides are so friendly and nice, so many bottles to try at the lowest price. So gather with friends as you sit down to eat, grateful for all who made Thanksgiving complete.
With curbside pickup available and the lowest prices for over 30 years, you'll always find what you love and love what you find. Only at Total Wine & More.
Drink responsibly, B21.
As a business owner, you wear a lot of hats. One minute you're ordering today's inventory, and the next you're planning tomorrow's expansion. It's complicated, but your business credit card should be simple. With the Signify Business Cash Card by Wells Fargo, you earn unlimited 2% cash rewards on purchases for your business, with no caps or categories to track. Signify Business Cash, the deliberately simple business credit card. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/signify. Terms apply.
Enhance your home's curb appeal with new doors and windows from Emmons Roofing and Siding.
Our high-quality products offer style, security, and energy efficiency.
And you can choose from a wide selection of styles and finishes from major brands like Anderson or Provia.
Call Emmons today at 856-885-6677 or visit us online at callemmons.com.
From top to bottom,
to inside and out,
at Emmons, we have you covered.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. Better water leads to a better everyday experience. With treated water from Martin Water Conditioning, you can experience silky smooth skin, refreshed hair after a morning shower. Your clothes and towels feel softer. They're no longer battered with minerals. Your coffee and teas taste better. Your appliances using water lasts longer. Even before you leave your home, your entire morning experience is improved with better household water. If you want to experience better water, call Martin Water Conditioning 800-887-7555 or go online at martinwater.com.
Hey man, come here. You're not gonna believe it. I picked up this beautiful model. She's down here.
A model?
Yep, got her from the train store.
In your basement?
See?
Oh, model train.
Whew. Yeah, what'd you think I was talking about?
Nicholas Smith Trains. Become the conductor with any model you can imagine, from classics to new releases and holiday-themed engines. Don't forget to visit Nicholas Smith Trains and Toys this holiday season. NicholasSmithTrains.com.
Attention Medicaid patients.
If you're on Medicaid, how would you like if your caretaker was your daughter, your son, your grandchild, or your close friend? If you're on Medicaid, Freedom Care allows you to choose who provides your care, and that caregiver will get paid instantly after their shift. Yes, your caregiver will get paid instantly, and it's 100% free to you if you are on Medicaid. Call 267-692-3782 and ask Freedom Care how to get started with care today. No more worrying about getting care from an aide at an agency. Freedom Care helps you choose who you want to take care of you, and that person gets paid. Call Freedom Care at 267-692-3782, 267-692-3782 to get started today. You get a caregiver you know and trust, and they get paid instantly after their shift, and it's free to you. Start now by calling 267-692-3782, 267-692-3782, or go to freedomcare.com.
Keep free speech alive. Follow 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
Mustard. 9:25, Kayal and Company. The perfect song for the perfect drop. It just fits in there perfectly every time. I actually, when I hear this song from time to time on the radio, I actually want to reach for my soundboard in the car. But I realize I don't have the soundboard in the car, so it's weird.
Yeah, it's definitely weird.
That's right. Going to see if I can replace my wife in the passenger seat with the soundboard. See how that'll work. 855-839-1210. I'm going to put my helmet on before Dawn throws something. She's probably ready to kill me.
I am not.
And we're just having fun.
Never.
All right, we got a big three coming up shortly. But before we do that, let's give it away. It's time for our morning mystery movie clip.
And now, the morning mystery movie clip on Kayal and Company. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
He was hit by a truck, and you were lying out in that gutter dying, and you had time to sing one song. One song people would remember before your dirt. One song that would let God know what you felt about your time here on earth. One song that would sum you up. You telling me that's the song you'd sing? That same Jimmy Davis tune we hear on the radio all day. Or would you sing something different?
Think you know what it is? Be call at 12 at 855-839-1210, and you could win this great prize.
Today's prize, and all week long, a pair of tickets to see the Pennsylvania Philharmonic perform the music of John Williams. It's coming up on December 15th at the Zlock Performing Arts Center on the campus of Bucks County Community College. You know that venue quite well. Caller 12-855-839-1210.
Identify that movie and get a pair of tickets to the Pennsylvania Philharmonic as they perform the music of John Williams coming up on December 15th. Best of luck. Caller 12 855-839-1210. All right, let's get caught up in the world of news and see what's going on out there in society. It's time for Dawn Stenzel and Big 3 at 9:27.
It's the Big 3 and 9 on Kayal and Company.
Big 3 this morning, as we now know that the official recount has begun with multiple court appearances with RNC attorneys in court today, tomorrow. Legally, that recount must begin in all Pennsylvania counties by Wednesday at noon, but we have confirmed this morning, we broke the story, it was already underway, with even the Philadelphia Inquirer still questioning why longtime incumbent senator, who's a Democrat, Bob Casey Jr., has not conceded. So we've talked about that this morning, but the update is there will be a 1 p.m. court hearing. That's today, and we know that looming, is a Supreme Court of Pennsylvania ruling, because that was the RNC attorneys put this through last Thursday. So will that put the kibosh on some of those allegedly illegal ballots that have already been counted? And what does that mean as we move forward? We're watching all of that very carefully. Number 2, we have an E. coli outbreak that has killed at least one, sickened dozens of others. And we know that it's organic baby carrots sold under multiple brand names. So blame the carrots.
Oh, was it? It wasn't the bunny, the bunny brand, was it?
It's the Cal Organic, Nature's Promise, O Organics, Trader Joe's, Wegmans.
Okay.
Ooh.
So this is a pretty comprehensive
a lot of retailers there.
carrot recall.
Absolutely.
I eat those baby carrots all the time.
Yeah.
What is up with all the E. coli outbreaks? Remember we had the McDonald's one with the burgers and the onions? Now we got it with carrots?
Yeah, and it's so in the McDonald's it was the onions, and now this is the carrots.
Yeah.
So we got that going on. CDC warning consumers, don't eat these bagged carrots. You want to check your fridge or your freezer, throw them away.
I just got my son to eat those baby carrots too, because I told him he could be like Bugs Bunny.
Oh,
and
yeah.
eat 'em. And now he's eating them, and now I have to throw them away. Thank you,
That's right.
Dawn. Thank you for that.
Carrots are great for your eyesight. You've never seen a rabbit wearing glasses, have you?
It's true.
You could probably, as a precaution, you could look at the packaging online, but probably as a precaution, if you're worried about it, just cook the carrots.
Ah, yes.
You know what I mean? So it's most people
Cook all the nutrients out of them, right?
But you're not for nothing. But you could, if you cook them, then you're going to kill the E. coli, right?
Yeah, Kevin brings up a good point. Nature's
What?
Promise is Giant brand.
Yes,
Okay.
but it's
Yes, it is. You're
these
right.
are Nature's. They're sold under multiple names, but they're organic.
Gotcha.
That's the bottom line here. All right.
Yep.
And number 3, I will say, and you sent me this, Nick. It was from Fox Business. The breaking news of the morning was that Spirit Airlines has now filed for bankruptcy protection.
That is correct.
Uh-oh.
One of the three cheapies. When I fly down to Tennessee, it's either Spirit, Frontier, or Allegiant. You're lucky to get a seatbelt in the chair.
Now, this is Chapter 11 bankruptcy protection.
Yeah.
So they're saying
We know a lot about
it's
that.
not going to that it's not impacting guests' ability to book flights or travel as normal. It gives them a little extra time to figure out their financial woes.
Yeah, just clearing out some of their bad debt.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The baggage of the debt.
Yeah.
So
Standard procedure, folks.
Mm-hmm.
So they're trying to sell off multiple aircraft. They're laying off some workers, trying to raise some cash and revenue. You know, all the issues you want. I don't know if it makes you a little nervous. Not for nothing.
We're cutting
but,
costs, so therefore we only have one pilot instead of two.
Exactly.
And all you fatzos that want 2 seats for the price of 1, tough luck. We're in bankruptcy.
Yeah.
So don't cry about it on social.
We are sponsored by Holland Floor Covering for our news and weather and this Big 3. By the way, today, enjoy it. The high of 67 degrees with sunny skies. And throughout the week, I'll just warn you that Wednesday, there's a sharp turn in the forecast. Rain developing at night. Thursday.
Wait a minute.
What?
On what day?
It's no. Okay, Wednesday for Jimmy Matthews.
Okay.
Wednesday morning is going to be okay.
Okay, good.
It's actually going to be like 60 degrees and nice for Mother Nature is being kind to Jimmy Matthews.
Wow. See, he's going to run in 60-degree weather?
Yeah.
No, that's
perfect.
That's
It's
not.
nice.
Oh,
This is
man.
nice.
I might go for a jog myself.
The
Wow.
rain develops Wednesday night, then Thursday, lingering showers. And so we could see overnight, Wednesday night into Thursday, we're going to get much needed rain.
Mhm.
But then Friday, that means 49 degrees, cool, breezy, and unseasonably cool and damp for Friday. The weekend, 50 degrees, unfortunately for Saturday, cloudy, cool, showers possible. Sunday, the sun does peek out, but the weekend is chilly, 50 degrees.
Chris Apolitas' boxer weather.
Absolutely.
I don't know about that.
He's going to be running up the Art Museum steps with a Kayal and Company WPHT flag, which I guess I'm going to then give to you, Kayal.
Yeah, I'm going to put it on my truck, drive it around.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's going to get all tattered.
Tattered.
Yeah, well,
It's
so
gonna
will
get tattered.
so will the people that I trigger.
I'm telling everybody needs to support Jimmy. Go to the bottom of the
It'll
Art
be
Museum
fun.
steps, 8:30 on Wednesday morning.
Yep.
And cheer him on.
Marcus Aurelius says E. coli is a great way to lose weight.
True. It's true.
You don't want to do that.
Dawn. Yeah. What did you used to say? You're one more
One stomach flu away from goal weight. But E. coli, that's a nasty
Yeah,
one.
E. coli or Ozempic? What do you choose?
E. coli.
Yeah, E. coli. So we are sponsored by Holland Floor Covering, the region's premier family-owned carpet and flooring dealer. New carpet obviously creates such a cozy atmosphere inside your home and can add such warmth to any room. Showrooms in Wayne or Newtown. Free samples, no obligation estimates. HollandFloor.com. Thank you, Holland Floor Covering, for sponsoring our Big Three.
All right, Dawn, thank you very much. 855-839-1210. John in the Northeast is our morning mystery movie clip winner this morning. John, what movie did we just play for you?
Good morning, guys. You played Walk the Line.
Walk the Line.
Correct. Nice
Life
work.
is good.
Yes, you've got the tickets to see the Pennsylvania Philharmonic perform the music of John Williams. How's that sound?
Awesome, guys. Thanks a lot. Appreciate it.
You got it. There he is. John in the Northeast. We'll come back and get to our Veteran Spotlight, World War II edition, brought to you by Window Nation. Another great American hero on the way. But right now, a word from our friends at DuckDuckGo that are back once again because why? They want to go from being great to being the GOAT when it comes to search engines. And I already think they are. They're local. They don't suppress search results. They don't spy on you like Google does. And that is why you need to take advantage of their newest service, Privacy Pro. This is a 3-in-1 privacy service that's going to give you a secure VPN anytime, anywhere, identity theft restoration, and personal information removal. This is the service to end all services, and I really love it because you're going to get that secure VPN, right? You're working remotely. You go into the office. You're setting up shop while your kids are at practice. You want to secure yourself. Get the Privacy Pro package, Secure VPN. Of course, identity theft restoration. Nobody likes it when their identity is stolen. They will help you recover all of the important information, and they're going to remove all of those informations, those saved passwords, those debit cards, your date of birth, your address, all the stuff that is just floating around out there on the internets. Have no fear. DuckDuckGo will take care of it all. And you can take advantage now of a free 7-day trial offer by going to duckduckgo.com/1210. Once again, that's duckduckgo.com/1210.
With so much uncertainty in the world today, you may find yourself wondering, is now even the right time to retire?
And so many people are waiting, and those folks are going to be waiting a really long time, I hate to say, because there's no perfect time. The market is always unpredictable and volatile.
Fortunately, Jim Cipriotti has been helping get people to, through, and beyond retirement for over 25 years. And each week, he wants to help give you that freedom to retire. Listen to Freedom to Retire with Jim Cipriotti, Saturday mornings at 9 and Sunday afternoons at 5 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
See Joe Conklin at Parks Casino with the world-renowned City Rhythm Orchestra for a special Conklin's Comedy Night Christmas show. Thursday nights, December 5th and 19th.
'Twas the night before Christmas, and all through the house there were no presents for Jerry Jones, 'cause he's such a louse.
It's Conklin's Comedy Night Christmas Show with City Rhythm at Parks Casino, December 5th and 19th. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com.
JoeConklin.com! Hey, it's Rich. As the early winter is coming, water will freeze and thaw around your property and into your foundation, and that's when the worst damage will happen. I used to worry about water, but then Garden State Earthworks solved my water problem for good. When we had our wet basement, it was caused by excess outside stagnant water. We called Garden State Earthworks. They assessed and drained the water away once and for all. Call the guy I trust, Lou Vargo at Garden State Earthworks, 856-848-4444 or GardenStateEarthworks.com.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. One of the biggest, healthiest sales of the year is back again. Rescue Natural Supplements Black Friday sale is here. Right now, Rescue is slashing prices on every supplement with discounts up to an incredible 80% off. Rescue has a wide variety of products to address your health needs, including immunity and cholesterol support, heart health, and natural energy enhancers. Grab huge savings on omega-3s, probiotics, and a lot more. And one more thing, this Rescue Black Friday sale will run the entire month of November. So shop today at res-q.com, res-q.com, or call a Rescue product consultant at 800-26-ALIVE, 800-262-5483. Again, all Rescue supplements are up to 80% off during the entire month of November, so why wait? Shop massive savings on essential supplements right now at res-q.com. Do it today.
As a business owner, you wear a lot of hats. One minute you're ordering today's inventory, and the next you're planning tomorrow's expansion. It's complicated, but your business credit card should be simple. With the Signify Business Cash Card by Wells Fargo, you earn unlimited 2% cash rewards on purchases for your business with no caps or categories to track. Signify Business Cash, the deliberately simple business credit card. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/signify. Terms apply.
Get into the holiday spirit and listen to Philly's official Christmas station, B101, for all the sounds of the season, from Mariah to the holiday classics.
It's the most wonderful.
Plus, keep rocking around the Christmas tree no matter where you are with B101 on the free Odyssey app. Turning your home into a winter wonderland? Ask your smart speaker to play B101 Philly. Enjoy the holiday season your way on the radio, on your smart speaker, and on the free Odyssey app.
Calling on Blackwood to follow 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
Welcome back in, Kayal and Company, as we continue here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. It is our Veteran Spotlight, World War II vets that we are honoring, the last great generation, all brought to you by the good folks at Window Nation. For all of your window and door needs, visit windownation.com as we welcome in Jake Reuser this morning. And Jake, it is an absolute pleasure to speak with you. How are you doing this morning?
I've been pretty good. I've been on the go.
You've been on the go. I like that.
Running around every day, every night, so late.
That a guy you got to.
I'm getting too old for that.
Yeah, well, you got to stay active, right? That's the key to longevity. Keep moving, right?
That's what we're hoping.
There we go. So let's talk about your time and the heroic acts that you were able to achieve in your time serving this country. You're in the Army with the European Theater, the ETO, the 12th Infantry Regiment, the 4th Division, and you are a D-Day veteran. If you could, walk us through what that was like and explain what that means to you, to our audience.
Well, actually, I didn't land on D-Day. I went in a few days later to establish the first evac hospital in the Utah Beach area. The division landed on D-Day 8th hour, and they ran into heavy opposition, and they turned around and had a lot of casualties.
So
what they did, they broke our entire outfit up. We had all the enlisted personnel for the evac hospital, and we're supposed to rendezvous with the doctors and nurses. And at 12 o'clock on the 15th, on the 10th or on the 14th, they turned around and the 4th Infantry Division had needed all these replacements immediately. That they turned around and broke our entire group up and put us with the 4th Infantry Division. So instead of working at a hospital and evacuating people off from France and England and all, we were stuck. We became combat medics.
Okay, very good. I see that you're going to be turning 100 coming up 2 days after Christmas. God bless you. And you have a list of accomplishments and achievements that can match anybody. I'm reading the Purple Heart, the Bronze Star. I mean, the Union League in Philadelphia, the Battle of the Bulge 2023, Philadelphia Veterans Day Parade. I mean, you have done it all. I mean, when you entered, did you anticipate everything that played out in your life, whether it's while you were serving or afterwards? Because you are still to this day. I mean, you were just nominated by Legion Post 405 here in Philadelphia. I mean, nobody has forgotten about everything that you have done for this country.
Well, I've been fortunate, I guess. I tried to do what was right and all, and I just survived. Was lucky to be able to survive because I was left for dead on the battlefield on the 14th of July of '44.
So you come back home. Tell me about your life after serving. What did you do career-wise? What did you find as a passion in your profession?
Well, I came back and I figured grew up in Conshohocken.
Okay.
So I turned around and figured I'd get a job in one of the factories because it was a manufacturing city or town.
Mm-hmm.
And my aunt said to my mother, "Did I think about accounting?" I said, "No." I said, "I had academic in school. I learned chemistry and that stuff, and I figured I'd get a job somewhere in that field." And she said, "Well, think about it." So I turned around, thought about it, and I thought, I actually told my mother, I said, I had the academic course, and accounting comes out in their commercial. So I thought about it, and then I thought, well, I'll go see if I can qualify. So I went, and they accepted me into school, and I went through, took up accounting. So more or less, I changed my whole career.
Wow.
I should have got in nursing because I wound up doing nursing work in the service before I got out. After I got back in the States, I wound up at England General Hospital. And I took care of paraplegic patients there. So I learned to become more or less a nurse and do nursing duties.
Okay. Jake, what an absolute privilege to chat with you. A life well lived. Thank you so much for all of your service, and God bless you. And looking forward to you enjoying that celebration coming up on December 27th. 100 years young.
Yeah, thank you very much. And I appreciate your thoughts and consideration and for calling me.
No question. Jake, thank you so much. God bless. We'll hopefully talk to you down the road.
All right. I hope so. Bye-bye.
There he is, Jake Ruser, joining us here on Kayal and Company. There he is. Jake, great stuff. He was so excited when we called him. We dialed him up. He picked up, and his excitement level just picked up tenfold.
100 years old, and he's more lucid than 99% of the people out here now.
That's right.
It's unbelievable.
This group, I mean, there's just something different about their DNA.
Agreed.
Right?
Yep.
Whether it's their mentality, the genes, just a different era of American history for sure.
Yep.
All right. Thanks to Window Nation for all of your window and door needs. Visit windownation.com. We'll continue with those interviews a couple of more times this week. But we'll come back. We'll get to Phil's Today in Music History, as well as what's on tap for the Dawn Show. And Dawn has something on tap right now, actually.
Yeah, my friends at Piazza Premium Automobiles, featuring the very latest in luxury vehicles from today's top brands, like Mercedes-Benz, Jaguar, Land Rover, BMW, Porsche, Alfa Romeo, Maserati, and more. These models have sleek new designs and innovative features powered by the very latest in technology. And Piazza has thousands of these new as well as certified pre-owned vehicles available right now across their Pennsylvania, Delaware, and New Jersey dealerships. Piazza Premium Automobiles stands out. Visit them, Piazza, PiazzaPremiumAutos.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Do you have shoeboxes full of old videotapes and photos with memories you'd love to share with the family this Christmas? Right now, get exclusive early access to Legacy Box's biggest deal of the year. Digitize your memories for just $9 per tape. That's right, only $9 to preserve and share your precious moments. VHS, VHS-C, Hi8, film reels, and more, saving you over $15 per item. Not to mention, when you digitize your memories now, Legacy Box sends all your memories back on the cloud, so they're easy to access by Christmas, and you can relive them with your family just in time for the holidays. You've heard about Legacy Box all year, but now is the best time to digitize your memories. Hurry, this $9 deal won't last long. Head to legacybox.com/value for early access to our best deal of the year. Don't wait. Secure your digitized memories by Christmas at legacybox.com/value.
Wesley is a truck driver.
I drive a truck, and I love what I do.
A truck driver with IRS troubles.
They told me I owed them $43,000.
It got really bad.
Quite a few letters in the mail. They were talking about wage garnishment, coming after my house, my car. Yeah, they don't play around. I seriously thought that I was going to lose everything.
One sleepless night, Wesley finally made a call to Optima Tax Relief at 2 a.m.
Kind of figured I'd get a machine, but I didn't. I actually got to talk to an actual person in the middle of the night.
He found just what he was looking for.
Oh, they were great people. You need a team of people that know what they're doing. Optima Tax, they know what they're doing.
Optima Tax Relief came through with flying colors.
I saved an incredible amount of money. Happy don't even come close. I was absolutely overjoyed.
Take Wesley's advice.
If you're in any kind of trouble with the IRS, call Optima Tax Relief. Don't trust anybody else.
Call Optima for a free consultation. Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Choosing the right candidates for any office can be difficult.
My office has lots of drama.
My office has its ups and downs.
I share my office. But no matter what kind of office you have, one thing's for certain. If you're hiring, you need ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter's powerful matching technology finds the most qualified candidates for your roles fast, and you can invite your top choices to apply. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. So, for any kind of office.
I'm really going places in my office.
My office has everything you could ever want.
Count on ZipRecruiter to find the right candidates for it. Try ZipRecruiter for free today at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
It's a great month to get a luxurious new Volvo from Cherry Hill Volvo. You'll be thankful because there's so many fabulous offers to take advantage of. Lease an all-wheel drive XC90 for as low as $687 per month using all applicable rebates. Costco members save even more, up to $2,000 in additional rebates. See store for details. Customers enjoy the stress-free and satisfactory experience Cherry Hill Volvo provides. Cherry Hill Volvo, where relationships really do matter.
Follow Talk Radio 1210 on Instagram and Facebook at 1210 WPHT.
Not stirred. It's Kayal Company, 9:51, rolling on live here on this Monday morning. You know, one day we'll just do all rejoiners and bumps that fit mustard.
I love it. I love it.
For those people that enjoy it, you'll have a great day. Dawn show coming up, top of the hour. We'll find out what she has lined up in just a matter of moments. But first, let's find out what occurred today in music history.
What happened on this day in music history? Music history on Kayal Company.
Today, Monday, November 18th, we celebrate the birthdays of Kirk Hammett from Metallica, who's 62, Herman Rarebell from the Scorpions, who's 75, John Parr, who's 72, and Rudy Sarzo, who's now 74. We also lost Malcolm Young from AC/DC on this day in 2017. Signal Could Shout by Tears for Fears in 84. You Can't Hurry Love by Phil Collins in 82. You're No Good by Linda Ronstadt in 74. And Pink by Aerosmith in 1997. Albums include The Lamb Lies Down on Broadway by Genesis in 74. Hardwired to Self-Destruct by Metallica in 2016. Kings of Metal by Man O' War in 1988. I Love Rock and Roll by Joan Jett in 81. And Auto-American by Blondie in 1980. Also in 78, Billy Joel was topped the album chart with 52nd Street. In 70, Led Zeppelin was atop the same chart. In 92, Black Sabbath was honored in Hollywood. And in 93, Nirvana recorded their MTV Unplugged special in New York. And also in 2005, the movie Walk the Line opens in theaters, which is why we played the clip earlier. But lastly, on this day in 94, the Rolling Stones became the first major act to stream a live concert on the internet. Did it better than Netflix. It's mainly done for publicity to promote their upcoming pay-per-view concert, as very few computers can receive the webcast. For Kayal and Company, I'm Phil Offquist. He said I tie it all in.
An amazing sense of humor for a guy who witnesses bad football every Sunday. He always comes in with a great attitude the next day.
By the way, Phil, if you're wondering if your camera froze, it did.
Yes, and his hand here. Look at this,
What
Phil.
a shocker.
Take a look at that.
Oh my God!
It's like you're in mid proclamation.
IT.
That's right.
IT.
There you go.
Unbelievable.
Oh boy. Well, better now than I guess. But normally, we don't go for a box too often.
One day we'll get.
It hasn't worked since I've been back from Arizona. Not once.
Mm-hmm.
One day we'll get this right. We'll be in a major. By the way, real fast before we find out what's coming up on Dawn's show, Old Man Dudley tweeted about the baby carrot recall that Dawn talked about.
Yeah.
He said, hypocrisy warning, because, obviously he's speaking to me. Baby carrots are a highly processed food, among other things, chlorine residue. Buy real carrots, clean them yourself. So I do, yes, I have heard that they, because they are very orange and baby carrots don't really grow in the wild.
Right.
So you have to kind of
one of those little
them.
skinners, right?
Yeah.
You slice them and skin them off in the sink. Old school way.
Thank you.
All
Thank
right.
you for calling out my hypocrisy.
There you go. He knows that you try to keep the rest of us balanced.
It's
so
true. It's true.
It works both ways. Yeah. There you go. All right. Dawn's coming up in 6 minutes. What do we have lined up, dear?
We will update you, of course, on all of the proceedings as the recount in Pennsylvania takes center stage. So we have some updates there and some breaking news. And I'll take you through how Trump won. How did he win, especially here in Pennsylvania? And we'll go inside to the break of the blue wall, as it said, and we'll take a victory lap, have some fun with that, but then show you on the serious side a breaking news story that illustrates why the Trump win is so critical to your safety. We have a great, coming up in the 11 o'clock hour, great interview with the author of The Rise of Blue Anon. So all of these conspiracy theories from the left, and we'll go through all of that, and we'll have some, we'll look at these far left wing cuckoo, if they're cuckoo, conspiracy theories, but
like Keith Olbermann cuckoo, who's now yelling at Mika and Joe on social media for going to Mar-a-Lago. Keith's gonna really go down with the ship.
I'm telling you, they did themselves no favors by doing that and saying
or
that.
did they?
Yeah.
Their show and their big old salaries, I think they're gonna get the boot anyway.
Yeah, there you go. All right, Dawn is coming up next. Everybody have a great rest of your Monday. We will see you tomorrow morning at 6 a.m.
Good night, everybody.
This is Larry Steinhaus with Investor Schooling. Are you ready for retirement? Have you prepared everything you need? Well, in Investor Schooling, we will teach you ways to better prepare for your retirement using real estate and the stock market. But you need to learn how to do it right, and that's what we teach. At Investor Schooling, we sell nothing but education. Come to Investor Schooling and learn how to have a better retirement. Go to investorschooling.com and RSVP right now for this Thursday's class at 7 o'clock. Go to investorschooling.com. That's investorschooling.com. This is Larry Steinhaus with Investor Schooling. Are you tired of hearing about the recession that's coming?